was a line of tension when Keiichi thought that was the case in their conversation. But man, he's now reading into everything too much and also very directly. In all the wrong ways too. That's kind of unfortunate. Well, I mean that makes sense if you're paranoid, right? So like so neutral things will end up leaning towards more negative things because of that filter that you have in your head. Kind of like if you have the impression that someone has a bad impression on you, then even neutral things like, well, let me think of that. I guess body language that might be considered neutral might be considered negative, but also positive things could be swapped around depending on tone as well. But that's kind of obvious already. The damn neutrals, damn it. Yeah, but you, I hope we go to chapter 2 tonight, actually, because there's a lot of things that the moment chapter 2 happens, we can finally start talking about commonalities. Do I think the Higurashi anime remake will be good? I checked the director's resume or history of works that he's done. I am concerned, but I will try to be hopeful, right? Because it's a story that I really care about. And I think that they understand that it's also kind of a big thing as well. Like when you think of good anime horror, how many can you name? What else did they do? Oh god. I breezed through it a lot. I didn't really recognize much of that he. Okay, now I'll try that again. I didn't really remember many positive things that he directed. That's all I got away from it, and then I just kind of let it go. I mean, I still say Shiki is an example of that, but I know some people are really 50-50 on that show as well. What was it called again? That psychological horror? Blue Blank. Blue. Not Blue Reflection. Satoshi Kon did it. It's a movie about an idol. Perfect Blue. There we go. You know, I don't really know if Elfen Lied is something that was good or if I just liked it because I was a young kid. So I wouldn't mind watching that show again and see how that works. I feel like that's a show that would be on Netflix, given how bloody it is. Sounds very in line with Higurashi.
相変わらず甲子園一直線だね。
I mean, normally I don't read lines. I used to do that, but I found it kind of annoying. So I personally just read and then I comment about something as I'm reading it or after it's finished, right? That actually makes it very difficult to upload visual novel streams that I do, by the way. Because you need to prove that you are modifying the content that you are having on YouTube, for example. So if there's 5 seconds of absolutely nothing being said, then they can claim that as not modified enough. I'm fucking, come on. Like, imagine me talking over scenes and over other characters just to make sure that YouTube doesn't like flag me. That's so obnoxious.
分かってるなら放っておいてくれよ。俺は甲子園で忙しいんだ。
That also makes certain intros for videos really difficult to pull off, by the way. So if you're going for a stylistic opening where the opening itself, the video footage, right? The visuals is so strong that it makes the point itself, like I was talking about earlier. And you let it run for 5+ seconds and you say absolutely nothing, you can get flagged, right? Even though artistically it's powerful and it lends to the understanding of the overall work that you are criticizing or analyzing, right? YouTube can be like, oh, it doesn't matter. You use those 5 seconds without saying anything. Even though the overall context of the work is educational, right? That's so stupid.
ケイちゃんさ、ちょっと休憩。
ホームルームまであとちょっとだろ。
But yeah, this is just kind of the style that I run off with nowadays with visual novels.
もう一汗かかせてくれよ。
ケイちゃんって野球好きだったっけ？
It also lets me focus more, so I know.
最近好きになった。
Oh boy.
最近って昨日から？
Yeah, I mean, as a comparison to yesterday, he's no longer joking around. You had like small tidbits where he'd be like comically shocked, in my opinion, because I'm like, okay, all right, buddy, you're not quite resolved yet, right? But now, after having seen Rena and that kind of creepy ass scene, that's not the case anymore. Like, he's very much standoffish. Well, that's not descriptive enough. He's very hostile.
分かってんなら聞くなよ。
あれまあ、スポーツマンにしては爽やかじゃないお返事だことで。
気が散る。
Not cool. Do not talk about anything that's not relevant to the conversation. I mean, you can talk about irrelevant things, but you know, there are people who haven't seen this yet. I mean, it's too late now, but yeah, I'll take your apology.
Nani ka用なんだろう。なんだよ。
Yeah, when I asked several streams ago, it's like the majority of people already know something about Higurashi, right? Either they read it themselves or they watched the TV show. Some of them had it through hearsay. We had, God, it was actually very lopsided. Something like 70% of people who were watching already knew the story. But for the 30%, I still care, right?
用ってわけでもないけどさ。お疲れのようなら後にするけど。
今でいい。
It just, it feels so weird also being in this position, right? Because almost every single visual novel I've covered on stream, I had not read at that point. So I'm sitting here going like, there are so many things I could say, but I'm not allowed to say it. And so, like, the first chapter that I'm reading here comes off as very quiet for me. And then small little tidbits here and there in terms of commentary, right? But I'm straight up waiting for chapter 2 to be able to say a lot more. Because then we have a point of comparison. Luckily, though, I will say this, that even though that this is a mystery, obviously, this genre, right? Even if you know spoilers, it doesn't take away from the strength of its story, in my opinion.
おじさんダメだわこういうの。ボキャ品はつらいわ。
なんだよ突然。言いたいことがあるならはっきりと言えよ。
When did Kyobi start doing stuff for Wednesday
や
night
めて
fights?
よ。
More than 5 years ago.
素振り。
ちゃんとやめてるだろ。
じゃなくて今日で終わりにしてほしいの。悪いけど。
なんでだよ。
He's not seriously asking that question, is what I would say if I didn't have this line ahead of time. Oh, this line, sorry. What's wrong with swinging a bat?
余計なお世話だよ。別に誰にも迷惑かけてないだろ。
Like, legitimately, you have to be so off your rocker to think that, but that's exactly what's the case right now.
かけてる。
俺がいつ誰に迷惑をかけたよ。
だってさケイちゃんそれ人のバットだしさ無断借用は悪いし。
Okay, so she can't think of a legitimate reason, which is kind of the problem. Well, I mean, that is a legitimate reason, but it's not one to convince him, right?
転校した生徒の忘れ物だろ。本人が取りに来るまで借りてるだけだよ。
I think part of the issue is that, well, I mean, it's logical, right? When you try to convince someone, you aim the message towards them. But she went for a rational one that was disconnected from him.
ああまあね転校したし。
でも変わってるよな。
So I guess the point being made in these final parts of chapter 1 is that now everyone has a face that they're putting on.
兄貴だけ転校なんだろ。妹は転校しなかったんだろ。
My concern while reading this though is that
ケイちゃん
uh
知ってたの？
I'm hoping that in the later chapters they really, how do I put this? They really up the ante on visuals because there were quite a few missed moments in my opinion during chapter 1.
王女サトシ。サトコの兄貴だろ。去年鬼隠しにあって消えた。レナにも言われた。なんで素振りを始めたのかってな。サトシもやってたんだってな。素振り。それも失踪の直前に。これってさ、お社様のたたりに合う前兆ってわけなのか？
頼むよケイちゃんお社様の話はうかつにしないでよ。私はそんなに信じてないからいいけどさ他のみんなはすごく信じてる。レナなんかヤバいくらいに。
やばいくらいに？
とにかくみんな怖がってるんだよ。もしもこれが悪ふざけならやめな。サトシの真似は絶対にやめて。
Oh, so, thanks for the raid, man. Anyone die yet? Yes.
俺はサトシのことは何も知らない。
Xeon or Federation? Xeon. If you're talking about visual aesthetics, Xeon. If you're talking about beliefs, I don't know, man. G Gundam.
みんなが隠してたからな。
隠してたってわけじゃ。
毎
Wow.
年起こる事件のことを隠してたろ。
それはケイちゃんを。
怖がらせたくなかったってのか？それが理由で俺だけのけ者かよ。
いや、そんなつもりじゃ。
ミオンに直にダム現場で事件がなかったかって聞いたよな。
Okay, so it all comes out now.
ミオンはないって言ったじゃないか。バラバラ殺人があったのによ。嘘つき野郎。
ごめん、嘘ってわけじゃ。
仲間ってのは隠し事なんかなしだろ。そうだろ。じゃあお前らは仲間じゃない。
ケイちゃん、そんなのって。
ああ、それに先日の見舞いのおはぎ、あれうまかったぜ。血が出るかと思った。やったのはどっちだ？お前かレナか？
私。
死ぬかもしれなかったんだぞ。仲間にあんな真似をするのかよ。
そんなちょっとしたいたずらじゃん。
あれがいたずらで済むかよ。とにかくお前は仲間じゃない。仲間じゃない奴の指図は受ける言われはない。俺のことは当分放っておいてもらうぜ。いいな。俺を消そうとしても簡単にはいかないからな。
So there was a line earlier that made me think what he said and what he thought were splitting, which was certainly the case in yesterday, like actually yesterday on the stream and also yesterday within the game, because he was trying to still convince himself, right, that this might not be the case. But now we're past that. But there was one line. Where was it? When she cried. That's all I remember. When she cried, he had a thought that was split between what he wanted to do and what he wanted to say.
お前らは最初から警察に疑われてんだ。
What genre? It's horror and mystery.
サトシを消せたように簡単に消せると思うなよ。
But if you are new to the stream and you don't know what Higurashi is, I'll catch you up very quickly. Keiichi is the main character. He's our perspective. He, at this point in time, now believes that there's a conspiracy for the villagers to kill him. The initial chapter was trying to convince us and the main character that he was, part of the village. Like he now belonged, even though he just entered a month ago. But after the village festival, 2 people end up being dead, right? One of which, well, I'm not sure about the other that you would know by now, but one of which is an outsider for the village, and the other was I think by now you know she's a doctor. So those 2 die. At least that's the belief, right? And, well, yeah, one's missing. There we go. And it falls in line with previous years where the same thing happened to other people. In this village, there is a local deity called Oyashiro, and we don't know too much yet about the deity. We know some ideas, but we learn through hearsay from other characters that this village has kind of a history of those kind of gruesome murders, but also that in their folklore, this village called Hinamizawa used to be called, I forgot exactly what the Japanese name was, but it was something like Demon's Abyss or Demon's Den or something. So in the folklore of this village, demons would specifically target individuals and hunt that person down, and the message of that of those like stories was to never mess around with people who are being targeted, because if you would try to save that person, you would also become a target. So then, what was originally a story about, we are all together and we are welcoming as a village and so on and so forth, completely transforms when suspicion kind of like creeps its way into the main character's head, and every interpretation that used to be positive is now flipped on its side, right? So you don't have, I think this could actually be just a mistake. It's no way. This is totally intentional, right? The person's actually out to kill me. And now we find out that last year a person disappeared. That person is Satoshi. And Satoshi did pretty much very similar things that the main character did, such as get very paranoid, one day grab a bat and start swinging it, right? Swinging it, pretending to really like baseball, but it's very obvious that that person is using a baseball to defend themselves, right? Getting very angry at their friends and stuff like that. So Keiichi's doing the exact same kind of routine here. And also, there's this, I'm not sure how it was mentioned, but there's something that's following Keiichi, and originally it's thought to be like, oh, a person is following him, but it might not be the case anymore, right? Something that's so close to him that it sounds like its footsteps match with him.
俺も過去の事件はお前らが怪しいと思ってる。ダムの反対運動の時からお前が警察の世話になってたこともよく知ってる。隠しきれてると思うなよ。いいな。
This is the fan modded version of the PC version.
どうして
So it borrows
そんな
from
ことまで
it borrows PS3 sprites, which is the one you're seeing right now. This is the manga gamer sprite. This is the original sprite. Oh my god. It also uses, what else? I think the same music as the PS3, and it also uses the same voice acting. I don't think the original had voice acting. I'm pretty sure it didn't, given the quality of that sprite. Do I like the PS3 art the most? Actually, I do. Because I used to own a poster for it.
行こうぜ。委員長がいないとまずいだろ。
Oh, you know what's really extra funny? So, like, Keiichi, to cosplay that character is freaking free as hell. All you gotta do is wear, like, a school outfit made for, like, guys, right? So I went to, when I was very young, by the way, I went to this convention when I was young, and I brought a plastic bat. And of course, you can't bring, like, weapons into conventions, right? Even if they're, like, fictional. Well, bat's not fictional. Well, you can bring fictional weapons as long as they're tagged and stuff like that. But the bat wasn't okay. So I had to hide the bat in a very hilariously similar way to the main character. so I think about that now and I realize, oh shit.
ひどいよケイちゃん。
俺、行くぜ。ホームルーム遅れるなよ。
And thanks for the follow, by the way.
そっか。
Oh shit.
え
Oh, hi.
ケ
Oh,
イちゃんに全部バラしたの。
that's actually kind of creepy.
あの野郎か。あの時殺しとくんだったな。今年で定年だからって容赦してやった恩も忘れやがって。
Okay, so she's very clearly talking about the cop.
しょう。ちくしょう。あのじじい。絶対に殺してやる。起立気をつけ
Yeah, I also get very creepy eyes when my contacts fall out too. Okay, boy. Let me read that previous line, actually. The month since I transferred in had been almost too much fun, that was all. School was supposed to be something like this to begin with. I should have disliked that feeling, but today it felt oddly refreshing. Oh, because you don't have to hang out with your friends. Got it. Oh, so he just knew. Oh, okay. Well, if we're not nearing the end, I don't know what to say, man. Yeah, what is with that? I haven't fully thought about that imagery yet, other than like the heat of summer is, what was it? It segments like two worlds. Like you're in the cool inside and you're on the hot outside, and that definitely was a thing with like him talking with the cop. It separates reality, yeah, whatever. But it's more like it reminds me of, what was that movie again? Was it Casanova? Sorry, give me a second. I feel terrible if I don't actually get this one right. It had Humphrey Bogart in it, by the way. That is not the right one. Okay. It's a freaking place. Okay. It's a place. It's also very famous. I'll look in the top list and I'll remember. But in this movie, one of the things I found really interesting is that characters spoke the truth in the darkness. And Casablanca, thank you. People spoke the truth in the darkness, and what was it again? In the film, there is I think it's a watchtower. It's a watchtower or something like that, where the lights circle around, and whenever the light would hit the characters, they would, at least what I noticed, they wouldn't say anything that was too incriminating, but in the darkness they could say the truth. And I thought that maybe the sunlight is an example of that here. Question mark. I'm not entirely sure. But looking back on that, I'm gonna double check because the timing of not Casablanca. Yeah, it is Casablanca. The timing of Casablanca was also, I think, before America goes into the war. No, it's after, right? Because this was talking about that. I remember specifically the timing of Casablanca was really important. Let me double check really fast. This is when is Pearl Harbor? Just before, right? Pearl Harbor is 1941. This is 1942. I know that it had... Hang on, it's curious. Okay, I'll take a step back away from this. But one of the cool things that I found out, I read about it, but it never really connected to me. But during World War II, when America had entered the war, right, I didn't know that the reason why there was a strict schedule on light, so like at a certain time frame, you wanted to make sure that your lights weren't on, was because there was suspicion and possibly, there was suspicion that enemy U-boats were on the shoreline, right? So you want to make sure that lights weren't on at a certain time, otherwise you would show like your position, but also possibly you would give away crucial information like where's a base and stuff like that. And because of that particular circumstance, there is an academic argument. That's why noir got its that's kind of style with its stark contrast between light and dark, right? Very fitting also for the mentality of the times. But if you ever wondered if lighting was a revelatory thing, there's something to be said there, right? And Rikushi, I'm not really sure how aware he is of visuals as a writer, right? Because, well, he's talented as a writer, but I'm not really sure at this time how comfortable he felt with like adding that to a story. But it always makes me curious, like how familiar an author is with the medium, and this particular medium at least. The sounds of footsteps was almost non-existent. Okay. Okay, so is it all in his head or is it real? Let's take a look. I mean, it wouldn't really matter at this point because your perspective is shared with the main character, and it's so clear that he's unreliable now. And I mean, that's kind of a duh. But you have to realize that even this information that you're reading right now is colored by paranoia. What if I'm the crazy one? Yeah, you're right. Oh shit! Hi. Fuck. Hey, what's up? She looks so cute for a second, and then I realize there's something in her arm, hand. Hey, what's up? Still looking cute with the hatchet? Okay.
ケイキくん、かくれんぼかなかな。レナを驚かせようとしたのかなかな。
Oh, hi. Okay. Okay, I didn't think we were that close.
ケイチくん、見つけた。
I mean, it's not that scary. I mean, look, see? Okay, that's a little bit creepy, but this is very creepy.
何の用だよ。
圭一くんと同じ。帰り道だよ。
じゃあそのナタは何だよ。
じゃあ圭一くんのそのバットは何なのかな。
Like I said, I'm a huge fan of baseball.
俺は素振りで。
Go the LA Lakers.
じゃあレナは宝探しなの。
A huge fan of baseball, man. I love the Raiders since forever.
宝探し？
ダム現場の宝の山にね、また新しいかいいのを見つけたの。だからね、それを発掘するために必要なの。
信じるかよ、そんなの。
信じないよね。
Man, it kind of makes me wonder if I've ever heard a very creepy laugh from like a friend or something. Sometimes it's fun though, right? If you ever feel kind of nervous, all you gotta do is just laugh evilly. It feels kind of good.
待ってよ、圭一くん。
No, it's fine, Kyobi. It's okay to have dinner right now. Nothing bad's gonna happen. She's just laughing at a good joke.
ついてくるなよ。
Alright, see ya, Joe. Take it easy, man.
それはできない相談だよ。レナの家もこっちだもん。
I mean, I think that's kind of funny too. How convenient. Oh, don't worry, you'll be actually fine. Like, in all seriousness.
.どうしてついてくるんだよ。
圭一くんとお話ししたいから。圭一くんもレナとお話ししたいんじゃないかな。
俺は何も話したいことなんかない。
嘘だよね。相談したいこときっとあるはずだよ。
ない。レナと話すことなんか何もないよ。
嘘だよね。
Well, I mean, I can think of a very relevant question to ask Rena. But if I were in his shoes, I wouldn't ask it.
嘘じゃないよ。
嘘だ。
What does the other sprite look like? Got it.
お話ししようよ、圭一くん。お話。圭一くんには悩んでることがあるんじゃないかな。
ないよ。何も悩んでない。
嘘だ。
You're actually running? Sorry, I want to double check that.
わかるよ、わかる。レナはわかるよ。怖いんだよね、圭一くん。
怖くなんかない。何も怖いことなんか。
嘘だ。
They're talking rather cleanly while running.
レナだけは相談に乗ってあげられるよ。 今度こそ乗ってあげられる。今度こそ相談に乗ってあげられる。サトシ君の時とは違うもの。サトシ君も悩んでた。
She's sounding really close.
辛そうだった。でもレナは相談に乗ってあげられなかった。とても悲しかった。サトシ君が転校しちゃった時ね、本当に後悔したんだよ。レナが相談に乗ってあげれば、サトシ君は転校せずに済んだかもしれないって、すごく後悔した。
We are not going towards our house right now. Alright.
だからね、誓ったの。もしもサトシ君みたいに苦しんでる人にもう一度会えたなら、レナが助けてあげようって。もう人が転校するところは見たくないな。
Thanks for the host, Kyobi.
さあ、ケイチ君、レナに話して。レナはきっとケイチ君を理解してあげられるよ。レナだけはケイチ君の味方。
Oh, with such a suave voice, I 100% believe you. Oh, thanks for the host as well.
悩みがなくなれば、きっとケイチ君も元通り。みんなとも仲良しに戻れて、また楽しく部活ができるよ。今度は一緒に組んでみーちゃんをやっつけようね。
You know, I kind of wonder. I don't know many visual novels that intentionally have text running off like that. Not sure if that was the case here. I don't think it was, but hey, whatever.
レナともきっと仲良しに戻れるよ。また一緒に宝探しに行きたいね。今度はお弁当も作っていくよ。なんなら今から宝探しでもいいよ。行こうよ、一緒にダム現場。見つけたばかりの可愛いの、ケイチくんにも見せてあげるね。きっとケイチくんも気に入るよ。
God, why is she so fit? Look, man, we're running and she's still having a normal conversation. I hear nothing, no exhaustion in her voice. Where the fuck are we? Oh, okay. Hi.
何が怖いのかな。怯えるなんてケイチくんらしくないよ。
Man, has anyone ever told you your laugh is hella fucking creepy? God.
教えてくれ。サトシはどうなったんだよ。
言ったよ。サトシくんは転校したの。
その転校ってのをやめろよ。鬼隠しってことなんだろ。そうだろ。もう教えてくれたっていいだろ。サトシを消したのは誰だよ。レナかミオンか、それとも村の誰かか。答えろよ。
圭一くんが何を言ってるかわからないな。
じゃあ分かるように言ってやる。連続開始事件の犯人は誰だ。
圭一くんは勘違いしてるよ。
え？
人間の犯人なんかいない。
Okay.
すべてはお社様が決めることだもの。
お社様のたたりなんて迷信だろ。
I wouldn't say that to her.
レナは信じてるってのか？
信じるとか信じないとかじゃない。お社様はいるの。
Oh God, that's very red.
お社様なんているわけが。
圭一くんは信じないの？お社様。
信じられるはずないだろ。そんなのいるわけがない。
いるよ、お社様。圭一くんだって身近に感じてるはずだよ。
Oh, give me this line. I gotta read this. Go ahead.
そんなもの感じたことないよ。
I never felt something like that.
圭一くんさ、誰かに謝られたことない？それもずっと。それはね、許してもらえるまでずっとついてくるの。学校へもお家へも枕元へも。レナのところへも来たんだよ、お社様。だからレナは転校してひなみ沢に帰ってきたの。圭一くんのところにもお社様来てるんじゃない？きっと相談に乗れるのは私だけ。圭一くんを転校なんかさせないからね。
他言無用でお願いします。また内容には一部憶測も含まれているかもしれません。
Okay.
すべてが真実ではないかもしれないということです。よろしいですね。
Hell yeah. Tell me the Snoop news about Rena.
被害者も学校も告訴していないので調書がないのです。つまり警察が関与してないわけなんですよ。ですから詳細は関係者からの聞き取りのみなのです。つまり信憑性が高くない。
被害者って言いましたか？レナはガラスを割っただけじゃないんですか？
いえ、男子生徒が3人ほどリュウグウレナに殴られています。金属バットでです。2人はあざで済みましたが、1人は片目に後遺症を残すほどの大怪我をしたそうです。
それって傷害事件じゃないんですか？警察は逮捕とかしないんですか？
どういうわけか被害者が告発しないんですよ。警察に届け出がないので。被害者の男子生徒3人にもそれぞれ話を聞こうとしましたが、全員口が重いんです。こう言ってはなんですが、怯えてるんですよ。彼女が転校した今でも。
大石さん、話を最初から整理して話してくれませんか？
What if? Give it a second, Keiichi. What if they weren't windows that she was breaking?
某月某日、リュウグウレナは親しい男子生徒3人と一緒にプール倉庫のあたりで話をしていました。
Okay.
その3人って何者ですか？
個人名は伏せますが、3人ともリュウグウレナととても親しい仲。彼女はこう言ってんだったんですな。
それでどうなったんです？
理由はわかりません。リュウグウレナはプール倉庫脇にあった野球部のバットを手に取り、3人を次々に殴り倒しました。
There we go. That's a sound effect I was looking for. That metal bat hitting sound effect is also the exact same sound effect that the car makes when it hits something. And I'm like, okay. Also, that sound effect, I'm pretty sure is a stock sound effect as well. Because, yeah, it's the Stone Cold sound effect. It's also the same sound effect in, like, 7 Days to Die. Thanks for the follow, man.
レナに起こった変化って何ですか？
3人の証言で一致するのは、突然人が変わった。
But, like, to make your own sound effects, there's some pretty elaborate shit that you do. So sometimes, like, if you are hiring an entire studio to do it, they have their own dedicated, like, I forgot what the term is, but they have their own dedicated room where it's all soundproof, and then they do things like, it's actually pretty funny. They do things like buy food products, and then they squish together to make awkward sounds. So like the sound of a monster could be like celery that you're cracking.
表変したという点です。
表変。
It sounds like it'd be a really fun job, actually. Like, how do I make this awkward sound effect? Yeah, there we go, see?
その表変っていうのはたびたびあったことなんですか？
いえ、そういうのは全くなかったそうです。私も調べられる限り、彼女の過去や病歴等を追ってみましたが、見つけることはできませんでした。
そのレナみたいに突然人が変わる現象って結構あるんですか？
もちろんありますよ。精神的なものから性格的なものまでたくさんあります。
では、レナには潜在的に表変する要素があったってことですか？
Let me read this again. So, it's so different, it's like it's a transformation. There's nothing medical related to her changing. She's not bipolar. Okay. Does that happen often, though? Where people change something like Rena? Of course it does. There are plenty of psychological phenomena that could cause something like that.
断言はできません。ですが、リュウグウ・レナをよく知る友人たちからの証言では、とても彼女にそういう要素があるようには思えません。
Just grab some water, man. Don't worry. We'll still be around. If it helps, tea is really good. Usually for me, warm tea helps with a nauseous stomach or something like that.
そしてどうなったんですか？
学校の正面が病院でしたので、3人はすぐに病院に担ぎ込まれ、手当てを受けました。
Yeah, you might be dehydrated. Get some water. You're not gonna miss anything. Well, you'll miss information. I'll tell you about that if you need it.
レナは、警察はどうして警察沙汰にならなかったんですか？
警察は呼ばれなければ関与はできませんからね。
一人は後遺症を残すくらい大怪我したんじゃないんですか？どうして訴えないんです？
私もそこは引っかかりました。何かの圧力、もしくは脅迫があったのか、それとも訴えたくても訴えられない理由があったのか。
もちろん大石さんのことですから調べたんですよね。
ねえ、まあ。ですが、初めに言いましたよね。被害者たちの口がとにかく重いのです。触れたがらないというか、関わりたくないというか。
学校の先生とかからは何も聞けなかったんですか？
学校は聖域なんですよ。
Hollowed ground?
隠蔽体質とでも言いますか。
Okay, yeah,
私も捜査令状を取ってませんから弱いんですよね。
じゃあ学校側はノーコメント？
いえ、事件の存在自体を否定しました。ですが某日、間違いなく病院に3人の男子生徒が打撲で担ぎ込まれたのは事実なんです。病院にその記録が残ってますので。
被害者は語らず学校は否定する。
That's hella messed up though, man.
何もわからないじゃないですか。
ねえ、その事件があったという事実以上のことは何もわかりません。被害者たちもこの事件が公になることを望んでいませんので、私と前原さん、私たち2人が忘れれば事件はそのまま闇に消えるでしょうな。その後、学校を謹慎で休学します。
Yeah, but nothing happened, right?
そしてその間、神経科医のカウンセリングを受けました。
Okay, good.
その医者からは何か聞けたんですか？
これがまた職業倫理のしっかりした尊敬すべき方でしてね。
Logical, but also kind of weird. No, not weird. I understand it, but this is so... I want to know more, I guess is all I want to say here.
口が硬いんですよ、もう。
警察手帳を見せてもダメなんですか？
書面で申請しろと言われました。手帳自体に法的拘束力は何もありませんからね。
じゃあ大石さんはどうやってレナがお社様のことを告白したことを知ったんですか？
一部を聞いてた看護師さんがいましてね。この方は手帳を見せただけで協力してくださいました。
それでなんと？
看護師さんが言うには、その時のリュウグウレナはとても淡々としていて落ち着いていたそうです。
Interesting.
例のお社様の話はどこで出てきたんですか？
途中です。その名前を突然叫んだのです。だから看護師さんもびっくりして聞き耳を立てたのです。
Okay.
お社様です。
そのお社様というのは何ですか？
I kind of wish we had an image for this, but alright.
ひなみ沢を捨てた人は必ずお社様に追われるんです。そしてとうとう私のところにも来たんです。
竜宮さんが今のお家に引っ越される前に住んでいた町ですね。
Okay, so from that line, there's pressure to be,
私は引っ越したくなかったけど、お母さんとお父さんの都合で仕方なく引っ越しました。
there's pressure to be a part of the inside group. Any sort of like, what's the word when you try to leave a group? Dissenters, I guess? Yeah, dissenters get punished.
お社様は許してくれなかったんです。
竜宮さんはきっとひなみ沢にもお友達がたくさんいたんでしょうね。
That's a very calm way of putting it.
今でも懐かしいんじゃないですか？
帰りたい。
Well, I mean, that's fine to say it that way, right? Because you're trying to change your thought process into like, oh, the reason why you're stressed out is because you haven't been close to your friends.
ひなみ沢に帰りたい。帰りたいんじゃない。帰らなきゃいけない。本当はもっと早くに帰らなきゃいけなかった。でももうダメ。お社様が来てしまった。
お社様というのはそのひなみ沢の神様なんですね。
誰でも知ってるひなみ沢の守り神様なんです。それでひなみ沢を捨てて出て行こうとすると罰を当てるんです。
竜宮さんが引っ越しをされたのはもうずいぶん前ですよね。では今になってその神様がやってきたということですか？
信じないでしょうけど、お社様はいるんです。
Yeah, but you didn't answer the question. You moved quite a while ago. Why is it now that he just appeared?
お社様がか。
確かにひなみ沢にはそういう迷信があります。
Okay, tell me more.
里を捨てて出ていくとお社様の罰が当たるという、この辺りは前原さんもすでにご存知ですよね。
初耳です。村の外敵がたたられるのは分かりますが、どうして出ていく村人まで。普通出ていくものはたたられないものじゃないんですか？
ひなみ沢が大昔鬼ヶ淵と呼ばれていたという話はしましたよね。
Alright, sure. So this kind of lesson to not leave is tied to that.
麓の村人たちは鬼たちを崇めていました。
The villagers at the foot of the mountains worship the ogres. Yep.
で、鬼ヶ淵は神聖な土地なので絶対に不可侵。むやみに立ち入るとお社様のたたりがあるとされてきたんです。
それはわかります。
Right. Okay. So no outsiders. I get that. But how's it follow through?
でも出ていくのまでダメってのは。
鬼たちもまたですね。属性に出ていかないようお社様に厳しく見張られていたんだとか。つまりお社様っていうのは属性と鬼ヶ淵の交流を禁じていたんでしょうな。
つまりお社様ってのは守り神ってよりも監視者なんですね。この地を外界から隔離しようとする。
そんな感じになるんでしょうな。すみません、私も詳しくないんです。この辺りはばあ様の受け売りでして。
Man, all these local legends don't paint this village all too good. Makes me kind of wonder what other local villages feel about them. Yeah, man, they all fine. Don't worry about it. They worship this one random deity, but it's they okay other than that.
つまりレナは望まない引っ越しをしたためお社様のたたりにあったと、そう話しているわけですか？
要約するとそういう意味なんでしょうな。実際この後しばらくしてひなみ沢に引っ越していますから。
Yeah, that's actually a really good question. Why only Rena?
「まあとにかくわからないことだらけなんですよ。
Yeah, so there's a lot of weird inconsistencies here.
お社様のたたりがどうだったにせよ、クラスメートを金属バットで殴った理由にはなりませんし、被害者が訴えない理由にもなりません。
What are the inconsistencies? So the parents not getting cursed along with Rena. It's a little weird. The other one was why did Oyashiro just pop up when they had left the village after a while? It shouldn't have been like immediately. Well, damn, you left the village. Bam, get back in.
まさか前原さんも恐ろしいたたりが起こって被害者たちがすくみ上がったなんてこと信じるわけないですよね。
You don't think the victims were cowering because they believed that a terrible curse had befallen them, do you? Sorry, the victims of Rena, or let me just double check here. Yeah, that's actually what you're saying. Okay. Do you think the reason why they didn't press charges was because they were also scared of this local deity? I mean, that's one explanation. I don't know. Maybe this Oyashiro person is a huge fan of baseball, and he was really insulted that Rena didn't bring uh, a baseball glove with her when she left the village. You know, makes sense to me. Hinamizawa has the best pitchers and batters of all Japan. Well, I mean, if you want to think positively about it, Keiichi, there is evidence of being okay after Oyashiro. I mean, like, I know things are leading down to maybe you'll be sacrificed, but you can kind of hang on to that hope for a little bit. Hey, Rena's been through it. You're going through it right now. Maybe she really can help you. I am a believer in this baseball, after all, right? Okay, well, back to the present, though.
レナ、教えてくれ。俺はどうなるんだよ。サトシは消えた。だけどレナは消えなかった。じゃあ俺はどうなるんだよ。
大丈夫だよ。レナが助けてあげるから。さあ、話して。
I mean, what am I supposed to say?
話したいことがあるんだよね。レナが聞いてあげる。助けてあげるから。話してね。話してね。
Okay. I do have a question now that I think about it. Did you book it? Okay, there we go. See ya. God, what the hell are we? I don't know what this is. Oh. This whole section? I'm pretty sure, at least this part, I don't recall this at all in the TV show. I definitely recall him pushing Rena, though. Oh, Jesus, hi. This exact section? Wait, what? They're dashing after me? What the fuck? Okay, do we have a description of these people who are chasing after us? They both wore rough-looking clothes, empty-handed. They definitely gave the impression that they were just out for a walk. But at this time of day, two adults wandering around without purpose was suspicious. Got it. Those eyes, they weren't chit-chattering while walking. They were both silent, heading forward, looking in my direction. Was I at the end of my rope and finally starting to imagine things? I should run away. They're not chasing. Got it.
No!
That's a weird way of putting it. Rena is scaring these two people.
俺に何か用かよ。次は眉間にお見舞いするぞ、この野郎。
Okay, he got punched. What the fuck? That's the sound of someone punching me? Okay, was he like on the side at a mage or something? It didn't hurt. Never mind. I mean, they were strong enough to chuck kids, yeah. How's he get out of this situation? I don't remember. Like, I mean, I know it's a spoiler, but no one actually thinks he's gonna die here, right? Interesting? That's a fade out that I wasn't expecting. Usually they cut it off from top and bottom, but all the darkness. So what happens next? He wakes up in his room? Or where the hell are we? A familiar ceiling. So this must be our place done. Was it all a dream? It was all a dream, guys. We just thought that, you know, Rena was being crazy in our dream. She's actually a sweet girl. Nothing wrong with that. Everything that happened. Hi.
大丈夫かな
See? See? She's a sweet person. We maybe collapsed because we didn't sleep that much. And then she found us out randomly in the middle of the field and she took us home. Because she's that buff.
横になってた方がいいと思うよ
She carried us with her strong ass arms.
Ore どうして
覚えてないの
意識がなくなってからのことは全然。
一応お医者さんにも電話したからもうすぐ来ると思うよ
Okay.
それまで横になってた方がいいと思うな
Can we change sprites? Actually, is it possible? Oh, it is? Oh my god! What was it? What was the line again? But Rena's smile belonged to the Rena I knew well. I know this one too well, I guess.
俺どうしてここにいるんだ。確かダム現場で。
それはレナが聞きたいな何があったのかなレナが行った時にはケイチ君倒れてて
だから聞きたいのは俺の方だよ。変な二人組に襲われて。
Yeah, let's not forget. Okay, first, you should have just said it was all a dream and just believed in it, buddy. Let's just forget all about what happened.
.よく俺を引きずってここまで来れたな。重かったろ。
ケイチ君覚えてないのレナはケイチ君に肩を貸しただけだよ大丈夫自分で歩けるってケイチ君が覚えてない
Hell no, I don't.
二人組はどうした？レナが来た時俺と一緒にあるいはそばに二人組の男が
いなかったよ
Okay. So it was all a dream. I was going crazy, or I don't know. They were there, and then they left when Rena's kind, cutely form got here. Something akin to a shadow slowly creeping across her face.
.トイレに行きたいんだけどな。
ごめん
Okay, at least the doctor's here. Oh, alright. A doctor and... Well, I mean, if everyone's out to get you. Oh,
ミオン。
okay, yeah. I think I know where we are now.
あれ元気そうだね。倒れてたって言うから様子見に来たんだけど。
なんで俺が倒れてたって知ってるんだよ。
Did you learn how to be a doctor in like 7 days?
レナが電話してきたから。他に理由が必要？レナ、ケイちゃん大丈夫そうだよ。たく、心配して損した。
そうだね。レナも心配して損したかな。
うわ、なにこの下駄箱。どうしちゃったの？
Yeah, I forgot about that. We hella like trashed that shoe rack.
転んでさ、
Yeah, yeah, I fell.
その拍子に持ってたバットで叩いちゃったんだよ。
持ち慣れないもん振り回してるからこういうことになるんだよ。
Yeah, right, Rena? Wink, wink.
でもこれじゃおばさまたちが帰ってきたらびっくりしちゃうね。後でレナが片付けておくね。
Wait, what? You know how to fix this?
さあ、ほらケイちゃん。重病人なんだからちゃんと寝てないとダメだよ。さあさあ、お布団に戻った。
What? Why are you searching around my room? That's hella rude.
レナ、監督には電話した？
うん。みーちゃんに電話した後すぐにね。すぐ来るって言ってたよ。
Yeah, they're ready to make a movie.
二人とも何の話をしてるんだよ。監督ってなんだよ。
ケイちゃん知んないの？監督って言ったら監督だよ。
Why is the sprite so gigantic?
監督とか
Hang on.
工事現場の監督とか。
That's how I feel too. Jesus. The very first victim of the first incident, the dismemberment at the dam construction site, the foreman? Oh, so you think that's a director?
お前らが何の話をしてるのかわからないよ。その監督が俺と何か関係あるのか？来るって言ったけど、うちに来るのか？
Okay, so let me get to more tea. I'm pretty sure I know exactly where we are. So if you are willing to wait just a small tad bit, we're gonna get to the memorable chapter 1 scene. I'll be right back. Alright, so this is completely coincidental, but I got some tea with way more whipped cream than I'm used to. I mean, I figured I might as well treat myself. Is there just only whipped cream? I mean, I drink tea in mason jars, if you don't know.
ケイちゃん、最近は野球に凝ってるんだよね。
It's a weird combination, but I don't know. I think mason jars are actually really convenient to have.
監督、それ聞いたら喜ぶと思うな。
だから監督って誰だよ。
監督は監督さん
だから監督って誰だよ。
そうだ。監督が来る前に済ませとくかな。ケイちゃん、覚えてるかい？
覚えてるって何をだよ。
罰ゲームなんだよ。
I don't remember anything about that.
罰ゲームなんだよ。忘れちゃったのかな。
I actually did, yes.
おはぎの宿題。
Okay, now I remember.
どれがレナの作ったおはぎかを当てる宿題。あれ、確か宿題忘れだったよね。
Technically, wasn't that hella cheating, though? Are you saying you didn't make one? I mean, yeah, that's the case, right? Adding that echo is actually really fun. Oh, she's still okay. Oh, welcome back. My favorite Rena.
何の真似だよ。
動かないでね。罰ゲームだから。
ケイちゃん、抵抗しちゃダメだよ。快速大何錠でもいいや。
Hi, Kino.
罰ゲームに抵抗しちゃダメなんだからさ。監督が来る前に済まさないとね。
なんだよそれ。
I'll be honest with you. I've never been too spooked by syringes, but some people are really... they have a phobia about it. I mean, there could have been, like, a lot worse things in her pocket, Kyobi. There could have been, like, 40 bottles of hand sanitizer, okay? All at once.
大丈夫大丈夫。 痛くないから痛くないから。
何をする気だよ。これは一体何の真似だよ。
ケイちゃん、何言ってんだか。分かってんでしょ。
何が？俺には何が何やらさっぱりわからねえよ。
知ってるくせに今さらかまととぶられてもな。
わけのわからないことを言って俺を煙に巻くのはやめろ。
富武さんと同じ目に遭ってもらう。
That's a line.
ケイチくん、とぼけてるね。うすうすは気づいてたくせに。
みんな初めはひき逃げされたものだと思っていました。ですが意識を確かめるために近づいた警官はすぐに異常に気づきました。喉がね。
ナイフとか？
いいえ、爪でした。薬物を疑いましたが、そういう類のものは検出できませんでした。
警察は富武さんの遺体から薬物は検出できなかったって言ったぞ。
Huh, this tastes very different. Actually, this is the first time I think I've had this tea, because I've been going kind of crazy at supermarkets lately. I'm like, I'm getting bored of what I'm drinking. So I got English breakfast tea. Also, that random flip from how they're looking is interesting. Oh, I wonder if that was... Okay, well, yeah, there's several interesting things about the scene already, none of which I can mention. That's kind of a bummer. I do feel like if this was my first time experiencing this story, I would have caught on to that, though. I mean, with the pacing of this chapter, they really made sure that on certain key notes, the finer details, right? It's kind of hard to forget. It's mentioned repeatedly, so it's not by chance. And if you happen to forget, well, you'll remember later, I guess. Sorry. It was almost at the hands on the clock and stopped moving the entire time my eyes were closed. That's how little time passed. All of it was a hallucination? Okay. There we go. So more calling into question Keiichi's perception of things. If you really did not question it at this point, I don't know what to say. I mean, given that he loses consciousness just prior to this scene, that's kind of like the obvious indicator too, right? Oh god, this is how they do it in the visual novel? Yeah, so they let the music be the sound of the staccatos, right? If you call that music. Oh, they're singing in a certain way. Well, I mean, obviously they're crying, but... Yeah, I also like that small detail about the weight of the bat.
俺がやったのか。
Ah,
でも違うこんなに。
yeah, something just clicked in my head. Makes me wonder how much Ryukishi planned ahead of time for the story. After this scene, I'll talk about it.
死んじまったのか二人とも。
Right. And then we're back to the beginning again. But more than just that, kind of drives home the point of several ideas being played in the chapter, right? Kind of how some things you don't want to remember. Like the obscuring of truth kind of gets played now. You have that obviously with unreliable narrator / perspective. You also have things that make up the mystery, just as I just mentioned, that also play later into the thematic qualities of the story. And that's actually what clicked in my head. the um can't think of a good word to put it in, so I'll just say the desire to forget plays in as well. I'm not sure what the commentary on that is, though. Again, I can't say much yet right now, but I'm kind of working out ideas that I'm seeing put really early into the story, because I never thought of it. I never thought of it in the context the visual novel is showing. Like, it feels like if you read the visual novel, you are pretty much already geared to see this story as a mystery. But in my opinion, if you watch the TV show, you're more likely to see the story as a horror. I mean, the mystery aspect is still there in the TV show. Don't get me wrong, but there's so many details that get repeated in the first chapter that you really can't glance over because it happens so many times. They're pretty much using like synonyms at this point to repeat the ideas that are important. This character will say this line, but in a different way, later on in chapter 1, and then again, and then again. Like, oh, okay, I get it, right? And so that's why I'm thinking to myself, how much of this story did Ryukishi plan ahead of time? Was he like, yeah, I'm going to write chapter 1, but I already know how chapter 4 is going to be done? Or is he like, I know exactly how this story is going to end? I don't know, right? Because if he planned the entire thing ahead of time, that sounds fucking exhausting. This is chapter 1, and we spent 4 streams on it. So if I spent, 20-ish hours just reading chapter 1 of 8 chapters, how long did he plan to write this? That sounds, I don't know, 10 times as much effort. He spent 200 hours writing chapter 1. I don't know if that's the case, but that sounds like it could be right. I don't know. Like, it's been a long time since I've done creative writing in terms of like writing a story, right? Creative writing in terms of like, I don't know, articles, if you call it that, done for quite a while. But like there comes a certain point where you have to stop planning, right? You just gotta do it. So I have like an idea of where I'm going, but I'm really curious like how disciplined Ryukishi is. Because so far, this chapter has so much proper setup that I can't imagine that Ryukishi doesn't have a background in writing. Like if he was a student who studied literature or he understood through classes what's proper structure for a story. It's all there in chapter 1. Yeah, I mean, you can definitely study on the side how to write properly. I'm gonna say that's impossible, right? Writing takes practice. Oh, but Nothu, I'm very sure that Ryukishi is part of the 20%. All right, he studied in art school how to draw these characters. All right, you can tell the artistic liberties that he takes with human hands. Honestly, if I had a chance to commission Ryukishi to draw me something, I actually would. I'd ask him. Yeah, actually, no, legitimately, I would, because I'm such a fan of that guy. like, here, could you please draw this for me and sign it? I'd be like super grateful. As much as I joke about his art, I also find that his character designs is mesmerizing. Like, good job here, right? Oh, he recognizes the white van. Okay, so we get a connection to the van that tried to run him over, and it's part of the conspiracy. That's the implication. Oh, wait, really, Kino? Oh, that's so awesome. I wondered if he'd be down to... I don't know how long it takes him to draw. Because it takes me a while to write down my initial paragraph for an article. In fact, I write a little bit of it and I completely skip it afterwards. Because the initial intro is something that I leave towards the end when I'm done with my ideas, and it might have changed by then, right? That's a very common strategy, by the way. I'm actually quite surprised by that. Because Siconia's art is something that I would believe that he would draw because of the distinctive hands. Kind of like the artist who drew Silvaria. And a very distinctive feature on Silvaria is very easy to notice. Although I don't think that's the official artist for that character, but there's one particular artist that I remember for Silvaria that's used in an official game. I'm trying to think of any other art styles that, right off the back, I immediately know who drew it. Well, apparently not Ryukishi anymore. I'm quite surprised by that. There's the artist for FinestKO that I recognize like right off the back. The original artist of Growlancer I recognize pretty easily as well. Yoshitoshi Abe is another one. Who else? I'm trying to think. Early Key, I think it's pretty easy to recognize as well. Out of that, I'm not sure though. Would you play a visual novel that had great story, beautiful backgrounds, but stick figure art? Maybe. Because I think a good visual novel is a synergy of all the elements. So to have bad art and to have good story is not the best that a visual novel could be. But I don't know. If it was stick arts and somehow it was amazing in terms of scene construction, then sure. But that's my argument. That's why when I critique Chapter 1 for being kind of weak on visuals, it's not just like... It's not that I'm just picking at straws here. I truly believe that you get so much from connecting the two elements, visuals and writing, right, together. And you can tell, just based on one element, sound, how that's used throughout Chapter 1, right? It's not something that's inconsequential. Red Juice art for Guilty Crown? I don't know if I would recognize his art. I say that even though I am starting to notice directing styles, but I still consider myself quite a rookie when it comes to recognizing just artists in general. One more time. Let's start from here. There are 4 or 5 adults, maybe more. They have a white van. Yep. This was everything I was able to see from the window. There may be more. There was that unidentified person known as the director. To begin with, the term director didn't even mesh with Hinamizawa at all. I mean, yeah, I agree, because it's a very old village. If they're going to include the directors from the past incidents, then the only one is a construction foreman, the victim from the first murder. Their very first victim in a chain of incidents. Killed in a lynching, his body divided into 6 pieces. His right arm was never discovered. The police should have confirmed that death, ? But Rena and Mion did both call him director. They said director. They wouldn't use that term to refer to someone who was dead. So therefore, could it be some sort of oversight? Or the guy is not actually dead, right? Okay, and he thinks at this moment this is a new find, and he has to absolutely tell the cop. But the really fun thing about these types of stories, when you have a very unreliable narrator, is you have to figure out how to pick between, well, first read between the lines, but also pick between what is considered sufficient evidence and what might be really biased in terms of perspective, right? When I was doing Chaos Child, that was an extremely fun part of that story. And to some degree, Muv-Luv as well, but that wasn't because of, well, I mean, he's unreliable in some sense, but that wasn't because like the character was drunk or something. It was because you're meant to like critique the perspective of a character. And that's kind of something that when you become more comfortable with analyzing media, you'll notice, right? You won't just lap up media and be like, yeah, everything that a person says is 100% true. That's why I think it's really important to learn these skills in school, actually. Sure, you learn in school, obviously, to study literature and how to write a proper argument in your essays, right? That's good. That's actually important. But I think the next step for the modern day age is now to actually study media because of how involved it is. And we're learning nowadays how impactful certain media is on the human conscious, fucking, that sounds really stupid, on the mental state, actually, on the mental state of human health. Apparently, I actually didn't notice until I studied more. Did you know that things like Twitter, things like Twitter, they hired people from the gambling industry to make Twitter very addictive? I didn't know that until I studied it more. I was like, what the fuck? I guess that makes sense. That's why the notifications are so fucking frustrating. Like, how many people in the chat, when they get a bunch of random notifications on their phone, they're likely to check it? Well, no surprise there. Functionally, it makes sense. But also, like when you look at Discord, for example, and you would probably know if you're part of a Discord, you see how many notifications you get in my Discord. I apologize for that, by the way. But there's dots right there, right? They annoy you, and that's on purpose. And for marketers, that makes a lot of sense for why you want to have that kind of loop, that sort of desire to check notifications, right? Because the more you engage with an application, the more likely you're to engage with advertisement. And again, the reason why I bring that up is because I think it's important to understand how media can influence you, including visual novels, yeah? There we go. Honestly, I wonder if there's a counter argument to that. Like, there is no need to study media in high school or middle school. I don't know what that argument would be, quite frankly. You who are reading this, please uncover the truth. That is my only desire. There we go. That's a good line. This is something I've been thinking about, the last viewing of Higurashi, if that was actually something that would be relevant for discussion. I'm gonna read this one more time. Let's start from here. So, we found out the director, we found out something that's new. Let me try to tell Oishi I might, after all, die. He said it earlier in the chapter. But I have no time to ponder that. Let me just throw you some thoughts. His death was due to an unknown drug. That piece of evidence is irreplaceable. So, Mion in the syringe. I tape it to the back of the clock. Right? Wink, wink. Keep the clock with me when I die. The bell ring. The bell rang, actually. I don't have enough time to write anymore. If you're reading this, then I'm probably dead. Got it. Let's go.
俺みんなのこと本当に友達だと思ってたんだぜ。
Right. So there were okay, and that's his resolution at the end. I won't forget these days. But then this thought comes to kind of, I can't think of the word. Edit is not the right word. I think it's like a correctional thought. I have those all the time. And now he's still fighting it at the end, okay. And then he resolves on this being true. But that's a truth based on his emotion. I wonder how they're gonna end the other chapters. I'm kind of curious now. Because he was led into this huge tirade because of emotion as well. So you have that as a counter argument in this story. So if you are the author, you would have to prove that there is something that stands true despite obstacles. There was no real or fake. And then, okay, that's actually very common in this last section here, where every single correctional thought is trying to mitigate his paranoia. So these two are fake. No, what are you thinking? They're actually my friends. How could I do this? There it is. And he realizes at the very end what he has done. I actually really wonder what that term is called. I imagine it must exist in psychology. But if you're wondering what I'm talking about, let me try to give an example. Let's say Kyobi in the chat said something like, Koopa, you are just a punk and I don't like you, exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point. Okay? And I read that and I'm going like, wow, Kyobi, you really hurt me there. Wow, that really cut super deep. I'm bleeding on the inside, okay? Let's say I actually believe that. Then the thought would be, the correctional thought in my head would be like, wait a second. Kyobi is my friend, right? He's a guy that I've known for years now, and I like this guy a lot. He's the kindest person that I know. And he wouldn't say that with the intention to hurt me, right? And so the correctional thought takes context into play and our history with each other. I don't know what that's called. But obviously you guys have that all the time too. It's just part of being human, right? What kind of friend would say that? You're right. You know what? No friend would ever say something like that. What was I even thinking? Kyobi and I were friends? Ha! Terrible idea. I guess the joke answer is that's a consciousness? Conscience, that's the word. There we go. I'm not sure how to put this, but I always thought that a little bit of self-doubt can go a lot of good directions. So, obviously, confidence is a good thing to have, and being able to feel strongly in something, I think, is rather admirable, right? But if you find yourself only like the extreme of only feeling confident in yourself, then I guess you would call that hubris. So to have a little bit of doubt is, I think, not just good for survival instances, but actually good for recognizing patterns, right? I only do this, I should probably think that maybe there's a chance that I could be wrong, is actually kind of important. And so if you do have a little bit of self-doubt in you, don't feel bad about that, right? Now, if you have too much self-doubt on you, then consider that as well. There's a balance in life, right? Where you shouldn't be overconfident and you shouldn't be too doubtful in everything that you do. And I, for a lot of my life, was on one end of the spectrum. I only doubted, not just in others, but myself as well. And then I started to recognize that, wait a minute, maybe the internal thoughts that I have, my internal world, my belief of what was actually happening, was actually coloring what I saw. So it influenced how I saw the world to the point where I couldn't see things without like a crazy bias, right? A negative bias. And obviously, we are biased observers, but we can at least try to aim towards. Hey, wow, hi. We can at least try to aim towards a more objective perspective on things. We can aim towards it, right? Doesn't mean that we can 100% achieve it. Obviously, what I'm saying is just my belief, though, right? It's not like it's fact. But I try to rationalize that belief if I can. Like, it makes sense to me because it leads to positive things, right? They spent a lot of time actually making plenty of interesting backgrounds for this game. And a part of me kind of wishes that they spent a little bit of extra effort to show some different CGs. But it also makes me wonder if this game is rated mature or not. because they did not show some really gruesome things, but you can definitely imagine what it looks like. But in the show, they did not hold back on that whatsoever. And in the manga, I could fucking throw up. Like, really gross stuff. It's also on the PS3. Well, the images that we have are borrowed from the PS3. So there's limitations as well from that. But at the same time, that's not to say that you can't have gore on the PS3. Of course you can, right? We have tons of very violent, very gory games on console games. But I imagine it's part of the law that you can't have like 18 plus sex scenes in the console. Otherwise, like visual novels would be just ported from PC to console and there wouldn't be that editing. I guess that's the case, right? That line one more time, please. I ran at full speed. This sound. That was a chirping of the Higurashi telling me it was evening. Trying to tell me something, and then I finally heard it. The wailing cry of the victims who didn't make it. Would I be joining them? Only the Higurashi knew. Okay, so there's still a chance in future chapters that they'll go a little bit overboard. Not that I want them to. I have a bias for the original TV show. I mean, I'm not going to deny it. But there are things that the visual novel does do better. I'm not going to deny that either. Like, I can walk into this VN reading it with the perspective of a person looking into the mystery, in my opinion, far more than in the TV show. Okay, so repetition. Yeah, this feels like you could end the chapter on this. Kind of curious about what they do. Chased by shadows. Okay, this seems to be Oishi's perspective. We're definitely not done yet. I feel like how you end this chapter still can be done. And like the impact of how you end the chapter hasn't been finished yet.
うーん。どうしてこれがウーマン切りなんすか？街が狭くなっちゃうっすよ。ウーマン切ってもテンパイ崩れませんから。
Well, here, let me ask you this. Doesn't have to be a visual novel, but it can be. What visual novel adaptation did you like more than its original source? So, for example, I
背底にかけるなら両面で受けた方がチャンスあるんじゃないですか？
I love the Chaos Child anime way more than I love the visual novel, which is a lie. That's not actually true, but you could say that.
クマちゃん、川を見てください。
The Fate series? Okay.
ウーマンは全員切ってますから安牌なんですよ。終盤で K 点に走った誰かがダマで待ってたら嫌でしょ。
Clannad. A lot of people really love Clannad, and I really want to understand why. After having watched Planetarian, I thought to myself, I had completely forgotten how much I cared about Jun's writing.
納得いかないっすね。わざわざ自分で当たり牌減らすなんて。
So one of these days, I do want to visit Clannad again, if possible.
ちなみに背底で当たり牌出しても論しちゃダメですよ。
Oh, I also agree with that, Skrill. The K&K movies did a freaking amazing job.
え？どうしてですか？
大石さん、いますか？一般の方から凱旋です。
ありゃ、こりゃどうも。それじゃ、ちょいと失礼。
どうして論しちゃダメなんすか？ あ、待ってくださいよ、大石さん。
They're playing. It's mahjong, right? I never figure out how you actually play that game. It looks so confusing to me.
凱旋です。講習から。
Well, I mean, did you ever? Let me think. Did you ever
どう
read?
もすいません。
Did you ever read A Silent Voice? Because if you did, that is actually one story where I prefer it in its movie format more than its manga form. But I love both a lot.
お待たせしました。もしもし。
大石さんですか。もしもし。
前原さんじゃありませんか。どうもどうも、こんにちは。落ち着いてください。何がありました？
その、
何があったんです？落ち着いて前原さん。今そこに近場の警官を行かせます。私もすぐそっちに行きますよ。
多分無理です。
前原さんは今公衆電話からかけてますよね。どこの公衆電話ですか？落ち着いて前原さん。今どういう状況なんです？
You know, there's something that I really love about the film medium that I don't know how you replicate in a novel or a visual novel well, and that is intercutting. So, how do I explain what an intercut is? It's literally in the name, but I don't know how to describe it. Give me a second. A cut within an action. That's not doesn't describe. I'll freaking get a Google and just use Google to describe it. Give me a second. Intercut definition. Intercut. Alternating scenes or shots with contrasting scenes or shots to make one composite scene in a film. Jesus, that does not help you. Let's try again. Okay. To cut from one type of shot to another, as from a long shot to a close-up. Sure. Let's try again. To interrupt the narrative of a film with shots from other scenes, flashbacks, etc. Okay. I would still need to explain that. It doesn't help enough. I'll have to give an example. It's not like it's similar to the crosscut, but it's like a cut put within something that's already it's a cut that exists within something that's happening already. So, for example, Oishi is just to pretend this is what's happening on the screen. Oishi is playing mahjong in the scene. Pretend that's happening right now, okay? And he scores points, and then as he's scoring points, he throws the points down. I won points, right? You then cut to Keiichi and his friends playing a board game, and they both just scored points. Okay, but the problem is that you might think that's a match cut. Okay, that's already happening in the narrative. Fucking damn it. Let's keep going. Once I figure out an example, I'll tell you.
かかりすぎです。ケイラには何人乗ってます？
Yeah, let's just say it super simple. Cutting to where Keiichi is right now as they are talking. So, for example, hey Keiichi, is there anyone next to you right now? And you see Oishi talking on the phone, right? Then you cut to Keiichi, and he is on the phone as well, and the camera is so close to his face that you can't see if anyone's around him. And then he says something like, I don't think there's anyone around me, but I feel someone's behind me, right? I need help, Oishi. Cut back to Oishi, and he panics and goes like, you have to tell me if there's anyone around you, right? So you cut in between two separate locations to give more information to the viewer, and they're happening simultaneously. So that's what an intercut is. And that's something that I think is difficult to have happen in a novel, because you would have to do something like Keiichi is in a phone booth right now talking to Oishi. He exclaims, yada yada yada. Back at the police office, Oishi panics and says blah blah blah, something, and then a shadow emerges behind Keiichi, and he says something, right? It's a little bit weird in a novel form.
南沢の駐在さんには電話しました。
定時巡回の時間です。家人は留守で連絡不能。
Yeah, but the reason why I'm so careful about explaining what that is because you might get that confused with a shot reverse shot, right? Which happens when two people are talking, for example, and you want to show someone's reaction to what someone else is saying.
クマちゃん、車を回してください。
But in this case, it's separate locations, right?
了解っす。
もしもし、おじさん。
もしもし、大丈夫です。ちゃんと聞こえてますよ。
Yeah, and my previous example with both of them playing games, you could have confused that with a match cut, which is why I felt really bad about that example.
前原さん、今そこに警官が向かってます。
See, but the reason why I'm talking about that right now is because the tension is different, right? That we are exclusively seeing Oishi's perspective right now, and because that's the case, we don't feel the same kind of tension that Keiichi feels right now. We're disconnected from that.
2、3分で到着しますから、なんとか持ちこたえてください。
And I'll tell you in a TV show, that's not what happens in terms of tension.
もしもし、聞こえてますか、前原さん。前原さん、犯人は誰です？何人なんです？
俺も最初は人間が犯人なんだと思います。
大丈夫ですか、前原さん。
犯人は人間なんだって。お社様のたたりなんかないんだって。ついさっきまで。だけどやっぱり。でもやっぱりお社様ってのはいやいます今。
前原さん、どうか落ち着いて。
なんかさっきからおかしいと思ってたんです。ずーっとつけてくるんですよ。走っても走っても走っても走っても影みたいにぴったりくっついて、だけども少しずつ俺の背中ににじり寄ってくるんです。
前原さん、そいつは今ひょっとして前原さんの後ろに。
Honestly, that would have been the perfect time to cut. The moment he said this line right here, and you heard that weird, like, static, right? What was it? It's digging itself into my back. Cut.
後ろにすぐ後ろに。
お願いです、前原さん。怖いのはわかります。ですがお願いです。あなたの後ろに誰がいるんです？
振り向けるわけないじゃないですか。振り向いたら俺。
怖いのはわかります。でも教えてほしい。ちょっと振り返るだけでいいんです。 前原さんの後ろに誰がいるんです？前原さん、あんたまさか喉を引っかいてたりはしないでしょうね。もしもし、もしもし、前原さん、もしもーし。もしもし、前原さん。
Wow, we don't even hear it?
あ、
I'm actually quite surprised by that decision. Okay.
おいさん、車は OK っす。おいさん。
ごめんなさいが。
おいさん。
It's because he wants to end the line like that. Okay. Or the scene like that. That was definitely not needed, in my opinion. You can literally hear it right now. But they use that to break up these lines here instead. So they're like transitionary lines. Yeah, so I know this is only chapter 1 so far, but I can 100% understand why the audience of the visual novel and the audience of the anime have different interpretations on the work. Like, because now I'm reading this, right, coming from the background of watching the anime like 10 plus times. No hyperbole. I'm dead serious. I get why people are like, I think that Higurashi is it needs more gore, or like Higurashi is a mystery foremost and horror later, right? I get it. It feels like this text that I'm seeing on the screen. This is the text. Maybe it was edited a little bit, but it's the text that had an understanding that it was limited in how it could portray the story. So things that you don't need to repeat, for example, quack, 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 whatever the hell that sound is, right? It's a freaking Higurashi's, I know. You don't need to freaking say that, because you have the sound effects already. Now, there's an argument for why this needs to exist in here, because they're transitional sentences, right? So, I could hear the chirp of the Higurashi spilling in from the open window. I should have been able to hear them this entire time, I just wasn't paying any attention. If you had these two back to back, then the impact of the lines wouldn't be as strong. Therefore, you have a line in between to help emphasize these two as individual sentences. And then it continues onward. That's a style that you could argue for that particular sense here. But it's repetitive information that you already hear, and therefore it could be considered redundant, right? So you want to be careful about those kinds of sentences when you are doing a visual novel, in my opinion, because give me a second. Because if redundancy is not intentional, then what? Give me a second here. I'm trying to make this argument. If redundancy is not intentional, then what? Then what? Okay, so what are the advantages of redundancy? Emphasis. Emphasis is definitely one. Easier to memorize is two. Can it can key in on themes, so it lets the viewer or listener know what's really important in what you're saying. So those are 3 advantages for having repetition in something that you're saying, right? Now, the problem is if you are redundant all the time, then information is no longer emphasized because everything is redundant. So you can't tell when something's important or not. And so that's not a problem that I would have with Higurashi, in my opinion. Ryukishi is very aware of when to emphasize things, and I have no problem with that. However, with Chapter 1 so far, you can kind of feel the age of the script not paying attention to other elements, such as the visuals, such as the sound, sometimes, right? Where if you borrow from the strength of another mode, such as sound, right, then you don't have to write it, and therefore your script can move more smoothly. Yeah, Rena and Mion are dead. That's fact, period. In fact, he's probably going to talk about it right now. So, yeah, they're dead. There it is. That's not something that you need to worry about in terms of interpretation. Why? Because this is after Keiichi's dead. And he's not considered an unreliable narrator anymore. Well, I mean, he is still, but he's dead. You're not seeing this through his perspective. You're seeing it as the aftermath, right? And this aftermath typing that you're hearing right now, as they're kind of like, as a matter of factly stating what happened, it could still have some falsities, right? It could be like they were tricked. Actually, Mion and Rena are not actually dead. That's their body doubles, right? And yeah, you can have that kind of bullshit, but take what you see in this story with a grain of salt. Until enough repetition has occurred where you create truth due to consistency, right? Like the scientific method. you have to have a bunch of observations that align for you to make an analysis, to test your hypothesis, right? Same thing in freaking writing, right? You can't prove something unless you have enough consistency within it. Yeah, but so far, my hopes for the coming chapters are more emphasis on anything other than the writing, because I already know that Ryukishi's a good writer, and I see proof in front of my face right here. Okay, maybe not direct proof in front of my face right now, but we've read all of Chapter 1 almost. Sorry, what? The garage door is functional. It had been left open ever since the suspect moved in. The garage door was found closed. Okay, so you're creating... what's the word? You're just showing what things he did were actually true versus what he might not have done. Okay. Okay. Hypovolemic shock? Got it, okay. So just like Toмотake. Oh, here it is. The note was written on 2 sheets. Okay. That had each been torn in half, as if trying to conceal it. Okay. Right. Well, there was something else attached, I imagine, to that. Hang on, where did you find it again? Behind a clock on the... Yeah, okay. What? Go on. No further clues. Got it. The following year, suspicion arose regarding the nature of the note. The note was not written on 2 halves of B5 paper from 2 separate sheets, but was originally a single sheet of... Okay, there we go. Someone had torn them out. Okay. 2 to 3 lines. Okay. So those 2 to 3 lines that were ripped out, probably Keiichi didn't do that. Okay, it's logical. Other than a note was stuck there, such as, you know, the person who first discovered the crime was a detective rumored to have connected. Oh, okay. The suspect's note. A new scene has been unlocked? What? Oh, you didn't take your time with that? Alright, got it. That was a very cute sound after that hella big boom. Please uncover the truth. Alright, got it. The 2 to 3 lines that were removed, I don't recall what they might be. Extra? What is this? All cast review session?
はい日暮らしの泣く頃に水鬼隠しをプレイされた皆さんお疲れ様でした
Oh, well, you know what? Thank you. I appreciate that. You know, it took a lot of money and a lot of effort to buy this game, and I'm so happy that Rena is willing to like go out of the story and thank me.
いかがだったでしょうか
It was amazing.
ちょっぴりでも楽しんでもらえたらとっても嬉しいです
Yeah, of course. No worries about it.
ちょっぴりも何も
Oh, this gremlin again.
あんなすごいバッドエンドで終わられたらプンプンでございますことよ
I wasn't that dark.
プンプンなのです今回の鬼隠しは全体の謎に挑む人たちが最初に通るお話だから実質上のプロローグの位置づけなんだって
Yeah, I could feel that.
そのプロローグがこんな凄まじいバッドエンドでございますの
I mean, it hooks you into the rest of the story, right?
でもそういうのってあるじゃん。この最悪のバッドエンドを回避するためにプレイヤーさんが物語を模索していくのがこの作品の醍醐味だし。
I mean, I didn't really dig into anything. It just happened.
まだ始まったばかりですよ僕は次のお話が楽しみなのです
これからどんな話が待ち受けてるんだろう。レナは聞いてる？
他 他のシナリオにはどんな展開があるんですの？
I mean, all she said was,
今回の鬼隠しではひなみ沢で近年起こった連続開始事件が紹介されたでしょ？
I mean, I could try, but I got a weird feeling that if I do, it'll crash the game. Here, let's see. Oh, it works? Oh shit, it works!
例えばみーちゃんのシナリオではひなみ沢の古い歴史なんかが紹介されるんだって。
異常事態の連続ですっかり分かんなくなっちゃったけど、お社様のたたりってどういうものなのか。
What exactly is Oyashiro-sama's curse? Well, just look to the right of the screen.
いや、そもそもお社様って何なのかあまり説明なかったからね。
If you think about it, it's pretty fucking frightening, huh? You lose a finger and you grow in like triple the size.
よくは聞いてないんだけど、でもなんか嫌な予感。またしても語られそうな嫌な物語です。
ケイちゃんも大変だね。
Tough luck, I know.
今度はどんなたたりにやられるやら。
でもどんなお話になるのか楽しみでございますわね。
いやいやいやいや、遅れてすみませんね。
やあみんな、お疲れ様。
お疲れ。あれ、ケイちゃんは？
ケイチ君はもう次のシナリオの台本読みに行っちゃってるんだよ。
Okay, you're playing off like it's your actors. That's kind of
主
cute.
人公だから大変だね。
あれ、残念ですね。ちょっとだけでも顔を出してくれればよかったのに。きっと喋るワード数が多すぎて居残りなのです。
You know, that was actually something that I was gonna say too. Like maybe they didn't draw his character art or something.
前原さんのセリフだけで普通のアドベンチャーゲームなら全員分の量がありますからね。
しかしケイチ君やレナちゃんなんか特にだけど大変なお話だったね。
大変も何も大大バッドエンドでございますわ。結局ケイチ君を襲ったのって正体は何なんだろう。
Honestly, I was a little bit surprised that the PS3 version didn't have like a longer credits or something like that. I feel like you can definitely tell that Rikishi understood a little bit more about the medium with Umineko.
たたりに見せかけておいて実は人間の仕業ってのが僕の推理なんだけどね。
I mean, to be fair though, that's not even an observation. Of course, right? With time, he would get it.
でもケイチは最後に謎の電話をかけてきていましたのです。
私もあの電話は変だと思ったね。あの時点でケイちゃんは犯人は人間だと確信してたはずなのにさ。
おかしな電話でしたわよね。なんかお化けに追いかけられてるみたいな。あの電話だけだとやっぱり犯人って人間じゃなくてたたりなのかなって思っちゃうよね。
Oh yeah, you would say that, Rana.
せっかくですから意見を出してみようじゃありませんか。じゃあ園崎さんから。
私は絶対に人間説。
Okay.
ひなみ沢の怪しい昔語りかなんかになぞらえて誰かが起こしてる人為的事件だと思うね。
Which is actually very fitting with her character, so alright.
確かに
Yeah, the people Hinamizawa would never do anything evil like that.
毎年お祭りの日になると起こる連続開始事件なんて怪しいもんね。
Does we start tonight? Oh yeah, I still got time.
その連続開始っていうのも何かの昔語りの再現なんだよきっと。
It would actually be a really easy transition too. I have already prepared.
私はたたりだと思いましたよ。玄関で圭一さんが暴れたシーンとかラストの電話のシーンとかを見れば人間が犯人では説明がつきませんもの。
That's also surprisingly in character, yeah.
そういえばそうだよね。 とても人間の仕業とは思えないシーンだったし。
僕はそれでも人間が犯人だと思うね。あの玄関やラストのシーンは追い詰められた圭一君の被害意識からの妄想じゃないかって思うんだ。
So chapter 1 was 20 hours ish to finish, and people said that chapter 1 is pretty long compared to the others. So I wonder how long it will take to go to chapter 2 and 3 and 4. Because if there's a chapter I really want to read, it's okay. I gotta figure out how to say this without spoiling. The very last arc of season 1. That isn't a spoiler, right? So.
難しい言葉を使われてもわかりませんわ。つまり怖がりの圭一が見た幻だと言ってるのです。じゃああのシーンの正体は圭一さんの後ろにいた謎の気配は何なんですの？
It was a very angry baseball player, Satoko.
引っ掛けだよ、引っ掛け。
みーちゃん、引っ掛けってどういう意味？
富武のおじさまが言うようにさ、あのシーンは追い詰められたケイちゃんの被害妄想のシーンなんだよ。それを濃密に書くことでプレイヤーにたたりだと思わせようとする演出なんだよ。だから引っ掛けってわけ。
Okay. You're referring to me now? I mean, we already broke a fourth wall, so go ahead.
それを言われると、でも
まあそういう可能性もあるってことだよ。
だとすると、犯人は複数で村ぐるみっていう劇中の大石さんの推理は正しいのかな？当の本人の大石さんはどう思いますか？
私ですか？
Okay, so as a heads up, I'm still unsure if I will finish all of Higurashi. It would be impossible if I could do it instantly right now, because chapter 8's not out. But if I do choose to go as far as I can through it, I will be ignoring one thing. And that will be any chapter that is not written by Ryukishi.
悩みますね。
So, if you know what that means, then you know what that means.
あれ？僕はてっきり大石さんは人間説だと思ってましたけど。
劇中の私は犯人は人間だと断じてますが、人間が犯人だとするといろいろ不可解なことが多いんですよ。
We're actually missing chapter 8 in terms of being released on Steam.
例えばどんな？大石刑事さんの推理を聞かせてください。
まず人間が犯人だとすると、絶対に動機が必要なんです。こういうことをして誰が得をするのかってことなんです。
つまりおじさま、人間が犯人なら連続開始事件を起こすことによって誰かが得をしなくちゃいけないってこと？
Yeah, that's actually a really good piece of advice if you think about it in terms of his perspective, right? There is no curse. It's all just humans doing human shit.
そういうことです。
So therefore, someone has to gain something from it.
ダム開発の関係者が死ぬうちは利害も感じられましたが、近年の犠牲者はそれとも無縁です。第一、前原さんを殺して誰が得をするというんです？
Well, thank you, Yukinon. I'm glad that you feel that way.
なるほど。
Like, honestly, a lot of the time, I think to myself, why would there be any reason for someone to come into the stream and watch someone read a visual novel?
そう言われると僕も弱いな。
だってお金とかも取られてはいないんですもの。人間が犯人なわけありませんわ。
Like, originally, that was my thought process. There is no reason for someone to turn into a stream and watch someone read a visual novel. Therefore, I must do something ridiculous to make it interesting.
でもそうとばかりは限らないんじゃない？さっきみーちゃんが言ったように何かの昔語りの再現そのものに意味があるんだとしたら。
And so, like, I settled away. Like, I said this so many times. I settled away from, like, visual novel streams as some type of gimmick. I do something crazy to make someone interested in reading or watching the stream, to like I just want to experience this visual novel and talk about how I see it from the perspective of someone who studies this stuff.
そういうこと。これは営利殺人じゃないんだよ。
Well, I found that really cool, Seraph. I hope you end up joining us for future visual novel streams.
きっとこれは村の血塗られた歴史を再現するための何らかの儀式的殺人じゃないかなって思うわけ。
では聞きますですが、それを再現すると誰か得をするのですか？
得をするんじゃなくて、もっと心理的なもの。
Okay. But like I said, when Chapter 2 opens, I'll be a lot more open with my interpretation of a few things.
僕は何かの復習じゃないかと思うね。
It's just that for first-time viewers of this story, I really don't want to take away the fun of trying to figure out things on your own, you know?
土着的な何か。
At least plot-wise, I don't want to take that away. I'll definitely talk about thematic things.
今回のシナリオでは語られなかった因縁だよ。
Actually, Baldur's Sky is good to go. I just feel a little bit nervous covering Baldur's Sky, and one of the reasons why is I feel like I need to study way more blank. It's a genre, Koopa. What's it called again? Neuromancer is the genre. It is a cyberpunk. Thank you.
なるほど。過去にひどい扱いを受けた暴家の人たちが先祖の恨みを晴らすためにってな感じですか？私はそれにも反対ですね。
Also, kind of the scary thing is that sometimes friends have expectations of me when I read visual novels, and I feel hella pressured to make some type of insightful comment, and I had to always push that away from the back of my head and be like, just enjoy the thing, man.
じゃあ何？大石さんはまさかたたり派なわけ？
そうですわ、そうですわ。
Yeah, but the amount of things that I wish I could have said about visual novels after I written the article about them is plentiful. Like, during Muv-Love, after I spent months researching and writing about that freaking visual novel, I was like, shit, man, I wish I'd said something about this when I actually was reading it with the stream.
刑事役の大石さんが言うんですもの。
Or like Seconia as well, but I couldn't do that because you can't cover all Seconia.
たたりに決まってますわ。
Which Muv-Love? Alternative. I read all of them on stream. At least the ones that were localized.
劇中で前原さんが言うように、お社様が竜宮さんや園崎さんに乗り移って悪さをしているって考えると、一番辻褄が合うんです。残念ながら。
実はレナも大石さんと同じ意見なの。あんなに優しかったレナやミーちゃんが突然おかしくなるなんて、そうじゃなきゃ説明つかないもの。
そこはミオンの私が言うのも変だけど、やっぱり私なんだと思う。
Sorry, what?
ミーの話の意味が分かりにくいのですよ。説明が欲しいのです。
ああ、ごめん。つまりさ、これってすっごく残酷な話なんじゃないかって思うんだよ。
何みーちゃん、それってひょっとして。
突き詰めるとそうなるのかな。僕もちょっと疑ってる。
つまり竜宮さんも園崎さんも実は本当にああいう性格で、引っ越してきたばかりの前原さんを騙している悪魔なんだと、こういうわけですか？
そんなの嫌ですわ。
Well, I can see how this is helpful for readers who are a little bit lost, because you pretty much take a character out of the context of their story, and then how they actually think is how they interpret the story itself, and you can be like, okay, well, this is one theory, and this is another theory, and this is another theory, and then you kind of balance out what you think is the one that fits you.
これは全部たたりの仕業なんですのよ。レナさんもミオンさんもみんな優しい、いい人がいいのですの。レナもそうだな。 レナやミーちゃんって本当にいい人なんだって思う。きっと劇中で出てきた厳しいシーンは何かに取りつかれてたんだって思うの。
レナもタタリ派か。じゃあタタリ派の皆さんにお聞きしますけどさ、タタリが怒るからにはそれなりの理由があるんでしょ？
There has to be a reason for a curse? I mean, in horror, yeah, usually there's like a grudge or something.
無差別にたたるとは思えないな。そこんとこ説明できるの？
タタリはタタリですもの。
Oh no, she's saying that there must be an intention behind a curse. So you don't just curse someone randomly, there's a reason for it.
人間の考えでは想像もつきませんわ。
さとこちゃん、擬人化された神様という存在は結局は人間の生み出したものなんだよ。だからその考え方も人間に理解できるようにできてる。ギリシャ神話の神様を見てごらんよ。泣いたり怒ったり嫉妬したり、とにかく人間的なんだよ。
つまりお社様もまた人間同様に何らかの利害に基づいてたたりをしている。
変な言い方になっちゃったけど、つまりはそういうこと。
What's the logic behind that? One more time? A curse is a curse. Logic won't follow it. No, I don't think so. In the end, Oyashiro is kind of like a person, like the Greek gods. So what you're saying is that this person, who's a deity, is cursing people with a benefit. So there's actually a human intention behind the god, is what you're saying. Okay.
触らぬ神にたたりなしって言いますからね。
Well, human intention or godly intention, however you want to read that.
一理あります。
つまりお社様にせよ人間にせよ何か理由があるはずということなのです。
That's actually a really good breakdown too. So then, at the very least, they're saying this shit isn't happening for no reason at all. So if you're on the side that believes humans must have done it, then remember, if a human did it, then there must be a reason and a benefit. And if a god did it, then there must be a reason and a benefit.
でもリカ、その理由がはっきりしないならどうなりますの？つまりはわかんないということなのです。
Yeah, that's actually kind of the hard thing to do, juggling this as a writer, right? Because you're introducing supernatural elements into another genre, which requires you to have concrete facts, right? Sherlock Holmes did not say that the spirit of a dead girl walked into the room and killed the butler.
そうだね。
Right? Rena agrees.
まだプロローグだもんね。明かされていないことがたくさんあるだろうし。
So I guess to help curb the interpretation of readers, they have to be like there is a logic to all these things that happen. And I would say I mean, at the time that I first watched Higurashi, I was also part of the discussion groups. And the things that I noticed were that people weren't treating it like a mystery because there were so many supernatural elements. That's not to say that you couldn't, because certainly I treated it as a mystery as well. But it's a weird disconnect, right, that you might not be used to.
そうだね。現時点ではこれ以上の推理は難しいね。
いんにゃ、白黒つけないと納得できないな。
ミオンさんもこだわりますのね。
限られた状況で最大限に推理する。
Yeah, the way I read the TV show was the mystery was found through the story's themes. So if I could somehow figure out what the themes of the story were, I would be able to deduce what the mystery was. That's really backwards, but that's actually how I do most of my reading. Even in mysteries, actually.
ちょっぴり部活感覚で面白いでしょ。
So, if you don't understand what I'm saying, the butler had to have been the killer, not just because it was logical within the story itself, but because it was thematically important for the butler to have been the killer. Why? Because this story is critiquing, for example, the upper class or something, and the butler is subservient to a class that does not give a shit about other people. As an example, right? I'm not sure if that book exists out there, but it could be, right? So it's not just it logically functions, it must also function outside the context of the plot. And that's kind of the difficulty of making your work more than just a story, right? You can have an entertaining story, but if you want to make it say something else, then there's that extra layer that you have to have, right?
そう考えれば面白いかも。
じゃあ整理してみましょうか。私はたたり派です。富武さんは人間派でしたよね。
ええ、僕は人間が犯人ってことでいきます。
私も人間犯人説。
Okay, so two people for people.
もちろんタタリというファンタジーは嫌いじゃないよ。だけど今回の事件に限ってはタタリの線は薄いね。
人間派が2人出ましたね。リュウグさんはたたり派でしたよね。
はい。
Okay, yeah, fitting. Curse.
レナとサトコちゃんはたたり派です。ねえ。ええ。たたり派ですわよ。レナさんやミオンさんのことを悪魔みたいに言う人の方がよっぽどたたりに合うべきですの。
そりゃあまあ私も自分のキャラがそんな悪魔みたいなやつだとは思いたくないけどさ。部活モードの時にはクールでなきゃ。感情論だけで選ぶと大やけどするよ。
まあまあ、どっちを選んだっていいじゃないですか。
あれ、リカちゃんがまだだね。どっちだと思う？僕はお社様が悪い神様だとは思わないですよ。
あれ、面白い意見だね。
Hella biased, Rika.
たたってばかりの悪い神様なら祀るのは嫌なのです。僕はたたるよりご利益のある神様の方が好きなのですよ。そっか、リカちゃんって巫女さんをやってるんだよね。うん、いい意見。
じゃあ何？リカちゃんはお社様じゃないって思うならやっぱ犯人は人間って思うわけ？
そういうことにしますのです。
ありゃまあ、票がざっくり分かれましたね。たたり派と人間派で半々ですか。
What? Okay, I mean, I guess you wouldn't record that line. There was a lot more players who believed in the people explanation. Yeah, in my opinion, if you read the visual novel, that makes more sense to me. Especially how that ending worked out, right? Where you didn't see directly from the perspective of Keiichi. Oh, I didn't finish the entire thing.
さ、これじゃ意見は半々。決着がつかなくて面白くないよね。
裁判官が奇数なのはつまりそういうことだからね。あと一人意見が欲しいな。
あ、ならちょうどいいかな。ケイチ君本人に聞いてみない？
Okay, you're asking Keiichi. Well, I'll say it's me for now. I say aliens did it.
電話で。たたり殺された本人の意見は貴重ですよ。そうと決まれば早速電話ですわ。
What the? Okay, honestly, I thought that was my phone.
もしもし、ケイチ君？レナです。今お仕事お忙しいですか？
ああ、忙しいぞ。シナリオが1本終わって一休みって思ってたら、 すぐに次のシナリオだもんな。
ケイちゃんどんな感じ？忙しいって？
拗ねてる。
聞こえてるぞこら。お前ら打ち上げ会でいいよな。俺も出たかった。
Hey man, so this fun little bit after the story, I think is also good for controlling if you're really nervous or not. I'm not sure if you found chapter 1 hella spooky. I'm used to horror, so I kind of just shrug it off nowadays. You can probably tell.
収録の残りゼリフ数で僕たちの誰か一人でも抜いたらケイイチも参加できるのですよ。リカ、あの量でそれは不可能ですわ。
But one thing is, if you ever are really freaking scared of horror, like a horror movie, sometimes if it helps, you should look up like behind the scenes stuff, and it kind of like makes it feel one less scary, sure, but it also lets you appreciate what they go through, right? Like the Invisible Man movie, it's kind of fucking hilarious if you understand how they did it. I mean,
あ、それでごめんねケイチくん。
it's kind of obvious if you think about like modern day film techniques, but the Invisible Man is just a guy wearing a green suit. So when you see the behind the scenes shit, it's a guy in a green suit chucking shit at another. It's fucking hilarious. A guy in a green suit chucking shit at the actress. And I'm like, okay.
今回のシナリオでね。
And then like to throw like the actress into walls, they had to put a line on her back that went all the way to the roof, and the guy in the green suit just like swings her. It looks hella stupid.
ケイチくん。死んじゃったじゃない？
Oh, and by Invisible Man, I mean the modern day Invisible Man. I'm not sure how they did it in the past. Oh, actually, I do.
誰だろうねってそういう話をしてるの。
I think the original Invisible Man, they had to do. Oh god, what was the trick they do again? Like really old film cutting.
つまりさ、ケイちゃんを殺したのは人間かお社様のたたりかってことで意見が分かれちゃってるのよ。
Well, the original Invisible Man had bandages around him, and so you don't have to worry about like doing stupid tricks. But they also did things like the exact same shot, and then for him to disappear, you would cut the film, and then he's not there anymore. Whoop, magic, right?
本当にごめんね。台本読みで忙しいところ。ケイチくんはどっちだと思うかな？
そんなの決まってんじゃねえか。
どっち？
どっちなんてもんじゃねえよ。村の怪しげな奴らに狙われて、さらにお社様とかいう怪しいのにたたられて、人間もたたりも全部。これは何かの嫌がらせか。
かわいそうかわいそうです。今度頭をなでなでしてあげますですよ。
結局意見が分かれちゃったね。
Wow, this is longer than I thought.
私ももう一度考え直してみます。見落としがあるかもしれませんので。
それでは引き続き日暮らしの泣く頃に水をお楽しみくださいね。
Alright, so if you're wondering if we're going to go into chapter 2, the answer is yes. So let's go ahead and get started. Alright. So first things first, let me hit up with this. Bam. Then I hit with this. Well, bam. Are you sure? Yep, cancelled. Alright, go into here. And then go into here. Lower the sound settings because I don't want to blow your ears out. Well, bam. Alright. And that should be about the right volume, I think. Did I make a new tweet? Nah, don't worry about it. Okay, so I'm going to grab some more water, and I'll be right back really soon. That's a very creepy image we got there. Okay. Okay, we are back. Is there anything I need to do before I get started? I could make a new tweet, but it's not required. Tell you what, can you guys do me a favor? If you have not retweeted that link yet, I'd appreciate it. Don't think of anything else I could do. Nah, I think we're good. Let's go. I will not quench your thirst, for you seek the truth and could not accept that. I will not quench your thirst, for the truth you desire does not exist. But I still want to quench your thirst, for I am the one who casts you into the desert. Okay. (1983) Oh shit!
打ち疲れたこの鼓動は無力で儚いもの痛みは空よりもうららかに空が赤く風も熱も夢も明日も空気中にさまよった理想怒り視線切な渦を巻くような暗く深い場所じりじり音を立ててからめとられ数えきれぬほどの瞳が全部笑ったら後ろの正面その目は誰あいあいえまるで闇に描かれた叶わない夢模様髪を振り乱すような気配がざわめくやがてそこに訪れた両手に余る悲しみ叫びは高らかに慈しむほど痛みは空よりもうららかに水槽のディスペア
Damn, that's actually the first time I've seen an opening. It's kind of hype. Also, the things you notice if you pay very close attention to that opening. Oh god. All right, let's see what's up, man. A brand new day. And Veda, what's up? Disgustingly wholesome hour. Yeah, that's how I feel.
Keiichi, 起きてる？電話よ。
If you're wondering why Keiichi's alive again, I had the exact same thought when Arc 2 started, so don't worry.
もしもし。俺。どちら様？
おはよう、ケイチくん。
Yeah, it'll work out, don't worry.
お寝坊さんだね。だね。
レナか。こんな朝っぱらから何の用だよ。
Yeah, but my hope is if they're willing to do an opening for every single chapter, then that probably means they're also willing to go a little bit further with visuals, right?
朝っぱらってことはないと思うな。
Well,
も
I
う
mean,
お昼だよ。
that's my hope. Yo, Texan, thanks for the sub, man.
で、なんか用か？
God, remember when we were trying to find a motto or, yeah, a motto to say when people subbed?
ちょっと待ってね。
And now defaulted back to thank you.
今みーちゃんに変わるよ。
Good morning, ケイちゃん。日本語で言うならおはようケイちゃんってとこかな。
ついでに中国語とドイツ語とロシア語でも言ってみろ。
ニーハオケイちゃん。グーテンモルゲンケイちゃん。ロシア語
I don't know that one, actually.
ラズビダーニャ。知るわけないでしょ。
I mean, you tried. I'll give it to you.
まあいいや。バカな話してたら目が覚めた。
そりゃ結構なことで。でさ、ケイちゃん今日暇？ケイちゃんが大丈夫なら全員揃うんだけどな。そうだよ。
Oh, well, Manu, if you feel that way, it was always my motto to say thank you to every single sub.
まあ普段の激戦を思えば休日くらいのどかになんて思ってるかもしれないけど。
There we go.
そりゃ甘いよケイちゃん。
へいへい。あらゆる環境に対応して最善手を模索するのが我が部の趣旨だもんな。つまり休日だろうとお構いなしってわけだ。
おお、ケイちゃんも我が部のことが分かってきたね。
Man, board games even on the weekends? Ah, that sounds like the dream.
でどう？これさ。
Thinking about it now.
別に予定なんかねえし。嫌だって言ったら不先輩扱いでどんな罰ゲームを課せられるやら。
そこまで分かってるなら断れないよね。もし OK ならいつもの待ち合わせ場所に1時集合。街へ行くから自転車で来てね。
What's that weird crackling noise that happens when Koopa finishes speaking sometimes? Are you talking about this? I'm inhaling the souls of children.
私、おとといの赤杯かなり根に持ってるからね。今日ははっきり言って負けないよ。
Okay, so pretty much just setting you up for the next story here. Nothing too crazy to talk about. Right now, in my head, I'm only thinking about what to mention for new time readers for the second arc, right? What to keep in mind. So with the after credits, I guess is what you call it. With the after credits of chapter 1, you have a clean way of trying to understand which direction you can take the story, right? You can read into the story as if humans are 100% all the culprits, or it can be like there's actually a curse. So you can keep that in your head, right? Also, they inform you that even if it's a curse, there's an intention behind it. Same thing with humans, obviously. So that will be a really solid way, in my opinion, for reading the story if you're trying to solve the mystery. And I think you should, right? It's part of the fun. And if you don't try to solve the mystery, well, there's always the mystery of the themes, which I always find fun. So outside of that, let me think what else should be a thought that would be relevant. What could be said now at this point in the story? I still say you should consider the relevance of insider-outsider groups, right? Whether someone is considered part of a group or not is extremely relevant to the first chapter, and it will be so in chapter 2, and I promise you the rest of the story. I don't think that's much of a spoiler, so I'll just say that now, because it's good to have in the back of your head to have a better understanding of the work. Is there anything else I would mention? Maybe just one more thing to be safe. How about... when to become suspicious of a character's interpretation. So, for example, when should you start being suspicious of the narrator getting a little bit wonky in what they're seeing, right? Because if you if you take everything at face value with this story, you're not gonna go down the right path, right? And they go over the moon, I guess would be a phrase, to kind of make that clear. So there, those are the three things I guess would kind of help you understand the story if you're confused.
ちょうどだ。おととい同様、一気に畳んで罰ゲームさせてやるぜ。せいぜい自分がやらされても辛くない内容にしとくんだな。
I feel like with modern day writing, an unreliable narrator is not like it's confusing, like you would come to expect that. But I forgot when the unreliable narrator became commonplace. I remember studying that in college and high school, but I forgot when, so I'll have to look it up again.
潰しがいがないもんね。
Well, I mean, here's the thing. Even if a story is not trying to be like this character is unreliable because they are crazy, for example, right? You would still have to understand that the character has a certain perspective, and therefore, the way they think is not necessarily the way that a reader should be thinking. So, a character who thinks that, for example, violence is totally okay with solving problems doesn't necessarily mean that you should be thinking that, right? So there's always that.
あらケイチ、上機嫌みたいね。お出かけ？
そんなとこ。俺、みんなと街に遊びに行ってくるから。
But the other thing I would say, as a counter argument to what you just mentioned, you know, I don't know how to pronounce her name. Is in Ratikara correct? I think I can call you Kara. Is that alright with you?
いってらっしゃい。
Okay, Kara. The counter argument that I would say is that if your focus is too much on a character's perspective being filled with inconsistencies, then I think it might take your attention away from the other elements of the story. That's not a good enough reason, in my opinion. Hang on.
車に気をつけるのよ。
But you understand what I'm trying to address, right?
夕飯までには帰ってくるの
So
よ。
there has to be a point in which you give a character the benefit of the doubt.
へいへい、ちゃんと帰ってくるって。
And actually, without saying much more, I think that's a really relevant point for this story, period. But thank you, by the way, for chiming in there and giving your opinion. That's actually really fun to have these kind of discussions in these chats.
遅いよ遅いよ。
ああ、待たせたな。あれ、佐藤とリカちゃんは？
あの二人はここで待ち合わせるより直接街で合流した方が早いよ。
And also that means that if you want to like, you know, have if you have a perspective that's counter to mine, that's perfectly fine. Just be willing to discuss it. Because I learned just as much as I learned a lot from having discussions like this as I'm reading through it, right? And that's kind of the thing I'm looking forward to when I do these visual novel streams. It's not just me reading a work and interpreting it. It's understanding what other people see as well.
そうそう、街で部活ってどういうことだよ。まさかみんなで覆面をして日が暮れるまでにいくつ銀行が襲えるかっていうのじゃねえだろうな。
So that question right there, who can you trust if you can't even trust yourself? Unreliable protagonist, right? There are several strategies that authors can employ to create a baseline where readers know how to navigate through the story. Give me a second.
別にそれでもいいけど、それでも私は負けないけどね。
Obviously, one of them is consistency, right? So you have one story to compare to the next. That's gonna be relevant here. Another one is having.
みーちゃんってね、なぜか現金輸送車の順路とか時間とかをいつもレナに教えてくれるんだよ。
Having character intentions being clear. So if a character acts one way in one story and acts the same way in another story and repeats that, then you have that understood, right? That's also consistency, yeah. But that's also relevant to character arcs. So then a character being a flat character, for example, isn't an insult, it's a term. They are consistent in their beliefs, and so they don't change it, right?
なんでだろうね、なんでだろうね。
マジかよ、ミオン。
レーナー、あんた何言ってんの？
みーちゃんごめんね、みーちゃんごめんね。
おい、二人とも、サトコとリカちゃんが先に待ってるんだろ。じゃれてないで早く行こうぜ。
Honestly, that's a question that I've always wanted to figure out.
そうだね。じゃあ行こうか。
I was always wondering what's a good example of a flat character.
目標は10億強奪。
A well-written flat character. Sorry, flat arc character, I guess is to be more descriptive here.
山分けしたらみんなで高飛びだぜ。
So, if you don't know what I mean when I say that, I'll just clarify a little bit more. How do I say this? So, when you write a character, you want to determine what kind of development they're going to have. Right? So, they can have a negative development, they can have a positive development, they can have a flat development. And by doing so, they have a function in the story. So, for example, since we're talking about flat character arcs, one of the functions of a flat character arc is to have a consistent truth that does not change over time. So, for example, let's say I'm writing a story where humans are very savage and destructive and the world has been destroyed or something like that, right? If I want to say, as an author in my story, if I want to have a message that says, despite all the wars that we've gone through, at the end of the day, humans will show that they are good and caring for one another, even though I've done like tons of atrocities or some shit like that, right? Then the function of a character, when I'm writing it, if I want to prove that, I can make them have a consistent belief. The belief, the message that I want to say in my story is their truth, the thing that they want to show to others. And so this character, as they go throughout the world, will influence others to believe in that truth, right? And by doing so, you create evidence in your story to convince the reader that that is the case. Apparently, there was this one very recent. I think it actually won an Oscar. There's this movie with a bear in it that had a lot of good reviews. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? It was in 2019. I'm not joking. I'm being serious. That movie apparently reviewed very well. I don't know why. Paddington Bear. There we go. Paddington Bear, the main character, the main character, the bear, has a flat character arc.
こっち側は来るの初めてだな。
What they believe in the beginning of the movie is what they believe at the end of the movie, and that person is so pure and honest and good that they change other characters simply by interacting with them.
こっちにはね、ゲームセンターとかおもちゃ屋さんとかがいろいろあるの。みーちゃんが詳しいよ。
ゲーセンもあるのか。俺前は結構通ってたからな。 ゲーマーの血がうずくぜ。
Oh, okay. No, I know
ゲー
exactly
セン
where
通
we
い
are.
なんてケイちゃん不良だね。今度来た時に案内してあげるよ。結構台数を揃えたいい店があるから。
Man, I really miss arcades. I haven't been to one in years. This is your arcade? What? Looks like a toy store. Da Bing. I don't know how to read that. Is it really Da Vinci?
ひょっとしてあの店で今日何かイベントでもあるのか？
その通り。優勝賞金は5万円。
That's a lot of money.
5万円？なんだよそれ。ケイチ王国の5年分の GNP に匹敵するぞ。
皆様方、お待ちしてましたよ。おはようございますなのです。
おはようリカちゃん。さあとこ、警察が来る前にケリをつけるぞ。目標は10億強奪だ。
Man, gacha even existed in the 1980s? Wow.
ケイチさんの話がわかりませんわ。
Okay, that's good. I don't want you to get into gambling, Satoko.
遅くなったかな。リカちゃんたちは今来たの？今日は早く終わったのでだいぶ待ってましたですよ。
そりゃあ悪いことしたわ。こっちはケイちゃんがなかなか来なくてさ。
ケイチでは仕方ありませんですよ。
Does the ability to change sprites still exist? Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Okay, got it.
もちろんケイチさんでなくては務まらない大役でしたよ。
実に嫌な大役だな。こんなので丸く収まると思ったら大間違いだぞ。
What the hell?
ケイチさんがぶったー。ケイチにいじめられてかわいそうですよ。さとこちゃん泣いてる。お持ち帰り。
Honestly, now that I think about it, that after credits chapter of chapter 1 was actually very informative. Because if you think of this story as if every character is an actor, that would really help.
悪い人はレナお姉ちゃんがやっつけてあげるからね。
I actually never thought of it in that perspective before. I mean, not distinctly that. More like, I mean, I think of characters as individual actors because of drama lessons, but
やっぱりこれが正しい丸い収め方だよな。
前歯が欠ける前に新しいオチを探した方がいいと思うけどね。
also, I will say one thing as a really positive about this visual novel is that there's a lot of room for directors to interpret what they want. That must be a huge luxury as a person who's trying to adapt things. Oh, thanks for
み
the
ー
follow.
ちゃんはこのおもちゃ屋さんの常連なの。だから友達もすっごく多いの。
おもちゃ屋の常連って何なんだ？
ほらケイチさん、奥をご覧なさいませ。
This actually kind of reminds me of a card shop.
まさかこれって部活の会場なの？
驚いたかい、ケイちゃん。
Oh god, that reminds me of this one Yu-Gi-Oh tournament that I went to when I was a young kid. The prize was these secret booster packs. I don't know how to describe it. And the booster packs, if you opened them up, gave you specific cards that you can only get from those booster packs, period. And there was this guy that I was playing, and I beat him, and I felt so bad that I said, go ahead and have my booster pack. Guess what was in it?
私、この店のおじさんと仲良しでね。たまに客寄せイベントってことでゲーム大会を開かせてもらってるんだよ。
cards you can only get from a tournament booster pack. So it wouldn't be something that you can actually get from a regular card box, I guess. I'm not sure what you call it.
そうなの。いつもは5人だけど、今日はもっともっと大勢での部活なんだよ。
I don't remember its exact name, but it looked like an insect. And I know that it was worth a lot of money. Like, a lot of money.
ケイチさんの考えてること手に取るように分かりましたよ。
ほう。じゃあ試しに行ってみようか。言うぞ。せーの。
You know, now I'm curious. I know it looked like an insect. I know it was worth more than $100.
ね、ケイちゃん。
But, like, just seeing this store brings back a lot of, like, positive memories. In fact, look at how welcoming the store is. You have, like, snacks here, drinks too.
今日は楽しめそうでしょ。
I mean, obviously, you could, like, charge more than what's normal, but at the same time, it's just convenient to have that kind of stuff there.
まあな。
And usually, when I'm at, like, a card store, I will actually buy food there because it's supporting the store.
ライバルが何人増えようが狙うものに変わりはないさ。
ライバル？はあ、ケイちゃん。クジラが水を飲むとき、今飲んだ水の中に何匹シラスが混じっていたか。
Wow,
い
rude.
ちいち数えてると思う？本気なのは私だけじゃないよ。
Honestly, that's one of the things I missed most about, like, having other hobbies, which I still do, don't get me wrong, but, like, card games get really expensive, and the only thing I miss about card games is the social aspect about it.
ほら、リカちゃんを見てごらんよ。
In retrospect, games?
なんだありゃ。
I feel like video games like this are actually kind of a cheap hobby. And after playing gacha games, I realized, yeah, that's certainly the case.
僕も頑張るのですよ。ファイト、王なのです。ファイト、王！今日は楽しくなりそうだね。頑張るよ。はうわ。
I like how I have nothing to say during these like slice of life segments. We're still waiting. We need more context. We need the setup to occur for this particular story, and then we can actually start talking. I apologize. That's the case right now. So I'm talking about like other elements. Yes, we know that Mion's really good at this.
ミオンめ、恥も外分も捨てるくらいに本気だな。
ケイチさん知らないんですの？
Yeah, honestly, if you're really frazzled by the first chapter's ending, then this is a really nice welcome.
賞金の5万円、ミオンさんの自腹でしたよ。
I know, I actually felt that way going into the TV show. I want to double check that. Are you saying that you fronted this money? It is, yes. Okay, so that's the reason why she's so competitive.
何？ケイちゃん。
Or that cocky. Reminds me of like how desperate I was to get more people to play a fighting game at my local college's fighting game club. That I put up money and I was like, hey, if you guys can beat me in a 1-2, then you win money. And if I lose, you win money. I mean, let me try it again. If you beat me, you win. And if I win nothing.
私の顔に何かついてる？
Man, there's some weird things in Pokemon. I'm not sure how to explain it. Is it considered canon that when you beat a Pokemon in the Pokemon show, that you get its money? Well, no, that's a creature. I mean the trainer. Okay, this is a new soundtrack.
へへ、最高の舞台じゃないか。面白くなってきやがったぜ。
ケイチ君、頑張ろうね。
All right. Wholesome runner. I kind of missed this.
ミカちゃん、頑張れ！僕たちも応援してるよ！
はい、頑張りますですよ。もちろん一番戦いたくないのはミオンさんですけどね。
何度か部活で奴と視線をくぐったが、今日ほどヤバいと思う日はないぜ。
ミオンさん、一昨日のポーカーで負けたの相当根に持ってるみたいでしたよ。
What? It was a game.
らしいな。つまり今日はミオンの復讐のための特設部隊ってわけだ。
私とケイチさんがなんとなく置いてきぼりですわね。いかがでございましょう。なんでしたらスマートに初戦をお手合わせ願えませんかしら。
そうしよっか。俺もエンジンがかかるまで鳴らしよし。
You know, trying to think of any other popular visual novel writers who release their stories in chapters like this as well. Because I think it's just so effective to do it this way. Not just in terms of revenue, but like if you're a nervous writer, writing things in gigantic chapters like this allows you to have more time in between releases, right? So you can kind of like edit your story as you go through instead of being pressured to have it all at once.
そんなに俺を初戦で消したいかよ。殺気が隠せてないぜ。
あら、残念ですわね。ケイチさんにしてはなかなか慎重でしたよ。
Maybe frogs? So here's the thing though, when I think of Higurashi, I think of it as an entire game, split into chapters. But when I think of Zero Escape, I think of them as 3 separate games, part of a trilogy. I don't know what's the distinction though. I know what it is. It's, at least I think I know what it is. In my view of Higurashi is that these are all supposed to be read at once. Not at once. They're all supposed to be read, and they lead to one cohesive understanding of a work. But for Zero Escape, you know what? Nah, I'm gonna just leave that one on the table. Because then I thought of other counter examples, like what about Star Wars, the first part, the trilogy? And then like what about like Lord of the Rings? But anyway, the point I was just gonna make is that I still think that if you're nervous as a writer, doing short stories is a convenient way of building up meaning into your work, right? So you don't have to worry about one cohesive story that's gigantic. You can cut it up into pieces and make it easier for you to handle. But it also solves one of the problems of creating depth for your story, because you have a natural point of comparison by having all these short stories that are logically related to each other.
みんないいかな？傾聴傾聴。
Which, by the way, is one of my critiques for contemporary isekai. And again, we go back to that freaking topic. Because oh man.
さて、各択の競技方法なんだけど、これは各択で好きに決めていいよ。このお店にあるゲームなら何を使っても OK。
I actually, most of the manga I read nowadays is actually isekai. But the reason why I talk about it so much is that I consider it the amateur story to write, because it has a bunch of natural design decisions that make it easier to properly structure a story.
ミオン、質問いいか？
And make it easier for the writer to convey. I'm trying to think of a few good examples.
みんな自分の得意ゲームを主張して決まらないんじゃねえのか？
So like, having a background in isekai is actually fairly easy because you have a character who comes from another world and that world is your background, right? So you have at least a basic understanding of what that person could be. And then it's very commonly for isekai to reference actual games, right? Whether that be otome games or RPGs, etc. So if you know anything about video games, you have that background added to the story as well, right?
そうだね。決まらないと始められないね。
Furthermore, if you ever encounter a problem with how to progress your story, let's say, I don't know, a villain is too difficult to handle, you can always very easily write in a solution if you make a character busted, like your protagonist.
紳士的に決めてほしいけど、そういう時は店のマスターが決めるってのでいい？
Well, there's a lot of like very convenient design decisions in an isekai that makes it easier to write. Did I ever watch 12 Kingdoms? I did not.
.当然わかってると思うけど、部活メンバーには一般参加者とは別に罰ゲームがつくからね。
そんなことだろうと思ったぜ。内容はなんだ？
勝者が敗者一人一人に1個命令。
But anyway, so the reason why I took a little bit of a tangent to talk about that is because I think a lot of the power in if you have difficulty in making your work a little bit more nuanced, then an easy way to do so is to have some type of reference to something, right? So like this is an event that references actual history is one example. You can also self-reference. So you reference chapter 1 naturally from this story, right? So then you have a point of comparison, which means that when you read a line in chapter 2, you might naturally be thinking about something that happened in chapter 1, right? And so what is literally on the page, contrary to how simple it sounded, right, could have been also a reference to something that you said earlier in a previous chapter. It's kind of like how, God, what was that experiment again? I was going to reference it back to film. How when people are shown two separate cuts, two separate shots back to back, aka how you compile film, right? There is a natural human tendency to compare the two and think that they're related.
敗者一人一人に命令。つまりビリでなくても罰ゲームってことだな。
And I believe that was shown by an experiment with Alfred Hitchcock, I believe. But that's kind of also duh, right? If humans didn't do that, then people wouldn't understand film.
そういうこと。
勝者がない場合は、部活メンバーが全員途中で脱落したらお流れか？
There'll also be like no cause and effect, I guess. Mion threw the ball hit Keiichi. And then,
ケイちゃん
God,
脳みそは元気
can you imagine a world in which cause and effect didn't exist? I'm trying to think of that right now, and I can't even fathom it.
何？
我が部の再生営がどう間違ったらこんなひよこども相手に負けるっての
Yeah, I guess if you didn't understand cause and effect, wouldn't necessarily mean it didn't exist.
ケイちゃん初戦で消えて私に恥かかさないでよ
見てろ。ただミオンにいじめられてたわけじゃないってことを見せてやるぜ。
会おうね決勝で
I wonder what are the other common ways to make your work more layered. I know parallel stories is another one of doing it. Internal stories within a story is obviously another way of doing it. What I mean by that is a character references a story literally within the story, and then you're supposed to use that as a comparison to what's happening, what's happening to what you're seeing, right? How a character actually thinks. Think of anything else that's very common. Oh, okay, so now we know what the peanut gallery looks like. They sounded awfully older.
あれ、お前ら学校のクラスメイトだよな。
あ、どうも富田です。彼は岡村です。
Can I change the sprites? That's a very good question. Yes. Yes, I can. That is what their sprites look like. Nothing. Alright.
じゃあみんなそれぞれに対戦ゲームを決めて始めてちょうだい
Here's an example of an unreliable narrator. By blinking his eyes, they snap out of existence. He's already crazy. Oh shit.
どれも知らないゲームなんだ。もっと知名度の高いやつにしてくれ。
Discombobulating time. That's another way of also making your work a little bit more nuanced.
これなら俺も知ってるよ。
So, like having something at the very beginning of your story that you know is going to happen later on.
二人も知ってるよな。
So then, in the back of the viewer's head, they know that eventually these events will lead back to the beginning.
ルーレットを回してゴールを目指す。最後に生産して一番お金を持ってるやつが勝ちだ。
Man, thinking about it now, Ryukishi had a lot of had a good understanding of how to naturally make a work more interesting.
Okay,
discombobulating time is not the correct term.
出産祝いをもらう。
I'm just gonna put that out there.
全員から5000ドルもらう。悪いね。
1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8とボーナス銀行から10万ドルもらう
Are you playing some weird form of Monopoly? I'm gonna double check this. Spin the wheel and head to the goal. Whoever has the most money after we liquidate our asset is the winner. That sounds kind of like Monopoly, or is it Life? Have I seriously not played Life? Okay, let's think of the board games that I played. I played Risk, I played Candyland, I played Monopoly.
1、2、3
Battleship Cruisers, or what the hell that game is called.
出世コースに進む
That's not a board game though, is it? Okay, tell me a little bit about how the game of life works. I'm kind of curious. Life is just literally RNG. That sounds about right. There's no skill involved in life. Who knew? I mean, I don't actually believe that, but I think it's funny. Man, see, that's the problem. So now that I understand the game of life more, I can't actually believe that Mion is skillful here. She rolled the dice very, very skillfully. She pushed the wheel in such a way where she knew exactly where it was gonna land. Okay. And at that point, it would be cheating, right? You know, actually, at that point, did Ryukishi know what the game of life was supposed to be? Because I didn't know. The game was Karuta? What is that? Sorry? No, sorry, are these different games? Only 5 minutes since we started. Her 2 opponents were already beyond recourse. They were sitting there slumped over in disappointment. You can't finish a game in 5 minutes, so this can't be the game of life. These must be different games. Okay. Okay, so yes, they're actually playing different games, which means that Mion is saved. It means that she can actually be skillful. Got it.
じゃあ読みますよ。犬も歩けばくたびれる。
What? What is this game? What? Is this only a Japanese game? What's it called again? Karuta? I don't know what that means. It's a matching game based on Japanese phrases. Okay. So he says something that would match a card, and you just grab it. Is that how it works? Okay, all right. Okay, what's the penalty of grabbing the wrong card? Do you just lose the game? Because otherwise, I just like mash super hard. Oh my god! Is she killing children? Concentration. This actually seems like a really fun tournament, though, because you can't just practice for one game, you have to be overall, like, decent. Unless you rigged it. As the number of cards to memorize increases, it becomes easier to match several pairs in a row. Is it just memorizing which things you're matching? I think it is.
Hojo, 悪いけど、僕も優勝賞金を狙ってるんだ。悪く思うなよ。
Ah, so in this game, if someone screws up, you're given information. Okay.
決まったな。
そんな、確かにここはハートのエース。
Oh shit! Did someone cheat? Of course! Oh my god!
あら、ケイチさんの勝負 ブはまだつきませんの？センスないですわね。
Oh my! This is a terrible lesson to teach a kid.
やるハートのエースなんておしゃれな罠をかけやがって。
A farce of a trap with the Ace of Hearts? What do you mean? Tell me more.
相手を仕留める罠はほんのちょっぴり。それも1個で十分ですのよ。
Okay, I guess she must have like pretended that something looked like it was an ace or something. I would still call that cheating. Battery-powered fishing game? What? The one where the fish open and close their mouths as they rotate. You know, this is the reason why I want more visuals. Please, just show me the freaking game. The fish open and close their mouth as they rotate on a platform, and you use a magnetic pole to... Isn't that a really easy game?
わあ、釣れましたですよ。
I mean, obviously the answer is yes, because the music changes your interpretation of it.
うまいうまい。
It's actually really relaxing. They even say it themselves, so
リ
yeah.
カちゃんうまいよ。
Wait, you're complimenting each other? There's no What?
おっとっと。リカちゃんはうまいな。
Oh my god, the Rika-chan fan club, huh? Okay. Oh, there's a picture? Hey, let me see. Hack Toys Fish? What? That's the game? I mean, I like Rika too, but I wouldn't give her a freebie. Come on.
リカちゃんの圧勝だよ。圧勝だよ。リカちゃん、お魚釣りうまいんだね。
リカちゃんが釣ってるのは多分魚じゃないと思うな。
No, I've seen the fish game before, now that you've shown it to me. But, I don't know, there's a lot of like, actual childhood things that people naturally know that I don't.
リカにしかできない、リカだから許される大技ですわね。
Like poison. The song, I mean.
前原さんの番ですよ。
First time I heard that song was in a combo video.
ああ、すまんすまん。俺の番か。
I legitimately asked the guy who made the combo video what the name of that song was, and he immediately commented, "Are you kidding me?"
1、2、脱税の追徴課税5万ドル支払う。
あれ、ケイチ君、ひょっとして苦戦かな？苦戦かな？岡村、あなた今いくらぐらい持ってますですの
？98万ちょいくらいかな。
Okay, so we're just waiting for the results of this match.
富田はどれくらいお金持ちですか？
僕は88万ドル。
Okay, Keiichi, how much do you have?
まだまだ逆転できる位置だね。
で、ケイちゃんはいくら持ってんの？
仕方ねえだろ。
Oh, come on! This game clearly takes a lot of skill.
このゲームルーレット回す以外に何も作戦がないんだぜ。イカ様があるとしたらなんだよ。2人に目をつぶって100数えてもらってその隙にルーレットに細工でもするのか？そんなのできるわけねえだろ。
ブー様ですわね。
Wait, shut up! You cheated! Rika had the game thrown to her!
一度は好敵手と思ったのに幻滅でしたよ。投げちゃダメだよ、ケイイチ君。何か逆転があるはずだよ。頑張ろう。最後まで頑張ろ
う。おい、ミヤ。
失望したよ。
Oh god. Oh god. I know that look. I know that look so well that it hurts me. God. Let me tell you about like people's expectations of me in fucking fighting games, okay? I go to tournaments, some people are like, "Oh my god, I'm going to fight Koopa. I have to watch his match," right? And then I lose. And then it's like I look behind me and I see that face and I'm like, "Oh."
みんな本気なのに、ケイちゃんだけは本気になってくれなかったね。
Reminds me, I told the story before. Reminds me of when I was at EVO playing BB Tag, and the reason why I switched from arcade stick to hitbox was I was fighting a Japanese player, and literally at the beginning of every single round, I made the right decision and happy birthday to him, and I still lost because I would drop the combo at the very end, literally the game-winning combo 3 times in a row. Are you kidding me?
本気ってなんだよ。
And then I turn around and I see the most disappointed face ever. It was God, I forgot his name. I feel bad. But he got top 8 at, was it Combo Breaker? At Combo Breaker, right? And I think he was legitimately preparing to fight me, not the other guy. And then I looked at his match against the guy I just lost to, and he creams him like for free. Easiest win in his life. And I'm like, okay.
気合でルーレットの目をコントロールしろってのかよ。そんなのできるかよ。
Man.
本気のケイちゃんなら、そのゲームでも開始10秒で蹴りをつけてたね。
Ever since then, I never looked back. Hitbox all the way.
みーちゃん、そんなに怒ることないよ。待ってよ。
Was it Seth LOL? No, it was someone else. He played 9 and Aurier. I mean, on the bright side, my combo consistency is a lot higher than it was before. Like, a lot higher. Karuko, there we go.
ゲーム進めます？
前原君は投了でいいかな。
Oh my god, get out of here!
富田君、岡村君、取引しよう。俺を勝たせろ。
Hi. Okay, here's the thing. How do you collude in a game where it's all just RNG?
前原さん、暴力はなしですよ。
No, legitimately, let me ask that question. If you're playing the game of life, how do you forfeit? Like, while pretending to play the game, how do you actually throw the game?
ちゃんとゲームで勝敗を。
Okay.
話は最後まで聞け。お前らの望みは何だ？優勝して5万円か？
そりゃそうですよ。5万なんて大金、二度とないチャンスですよ。
仮に優勝したとして、お前らその5万で何をする？どんな楽しみ方をする？
新しいゲーム買うとか、お菓子とか、ジュースとか。
小せえ小せえ。バカかお前ら。
じゃあ前原さんが勝ったらどんな楽しみ方があるって言うんですか？
俺か？そこが本題だ。今から言うことを黙って聞け。
Honestly, if I had that money just given to me from a tournament, I'd probably use it to buy food. That's all I'm thinking about right now. There's nothing special I would do that money.
まず富田君、君は里子萌えだよな。否定すんな。そして岡村君、君は理科萌えだな。赤くなるな。美少女萌え、 男の垂涎男のロマン。例えるなら永遠にたどり着けないエデンの園だけど目指すんだろ。それは俺たちのハートに熱い魂が燃えよと叫ぶからだ。俺が優勝したら富田君。
I mean, even when you're older, sometimes you can't say that you like someone.
佐藤を一日首輪付きで君の妹にしてあげよう。
Remember, the first time I met my girlfriend, I said her music taste was shit. God. Literally the first thing I said to her.
そして岡村君、君には猫耳リカちゃんに手綱をつけてお散歩させてあげよう。
I didn't actually feel that way. I legitimately liked her taste in music.
そんな
うろたえるな。お前たちは俺に無理やり付き合わされたことにすればいいんだ。前原先輩のわがままの犠牲者なだけいやいやでいいんだよ。分かってる。お前たちの胸の内は全部分かってる。俺は灰色の学校生活を送ってきた。それがどんなにつまらなく人生の大切な時間を浪費したことになるのか身をもって知った。
I don't recommend that you do that strategy, okay? It wasn't even a strategy. It was just a way to kind of like, to joke around with her. But what ended up happening was it came out very wrong. I couldn't think of a way to joke about her music taste, and all I said was an insult. I hella fucked up.
後輩のお前たちには
But it left an impression for sure.
そんな時間を過ごしてほしくないんだよ。自分に素直になれ、夢を追え、そして叶えろ。俺が叶えてやる。
How did I go from that for her being my girlfriend? We knew each other because of a mutual friend. And because of that, we ended up spending a lot of time with each other. And then, because we were in close proximity a lot of the time, we talked and we got to know each other a lot better. From there, we clicked pretty well, and I had in the back of my head that it was important to be clear and transparent about, you know, how I felt about her and what I was looking for in a relationship. But I had to make sure that, you know, we were interested in each other in the first place, so it ended up being the case that that was the case. And from there, it kind of just progressed naturally. Sounds a little bit cliched, I guess, but took kind of like my lessons from previous relationships, and I made sure that I wanted to go steady and honest with someone that I really cared about. There's nothing special. There was no game plan. I just liked this person, and I wanted to make sure that I was clear and honest with her.
行くぞ。せーの。ゲーム終了。
Please.
圭一さん、どうなりましたの？勝敗は？
I mean, there's actually a lot of things that happened in between. Some of which are personal, so I don't want to talk about that. But
俺の完全勝利だ。
I was very happy that I met her. If that's a question that you honestly want to know, it's something that legitimately I didn't expect to happen. I didn't think I'd fall so in love with someone who cared so much about me too. You know, that was like the first time I felt that in a relationship, someone really understood me, and she's supportive all the time. I know, Satoko, right? It sounds like it's a lie, but I don't know how else to put it. It's just that the simplest thing, the thing that I thought would never happen, happened, right? Someone truly could actually care about me.
あの状況をどうやってひっくり ったの？
家庭なんか必要ないよな。男と男の決着だよな。ああ、みんな。うわ
I've lost track of what's happening. So we know that 2 kids are colluding with me for me to win, and the reason is because I promised they would have a date, is my guess. I'd honestly immediately question this. First time Higurashi? No, I'm a huge Higurashi fan. This is my first time reading the visual novel, but I know the story pretty well.
これが俺の本気ってことだよ、ミオ。
遅えっての。
じゃあこれで部活メンバーが全員1回戦突破ですわね。
I don't know about that, Kyobi.
ということは今度はみんなで対決だね。対決だね。僕はもう賞金で買うものを決めていますです。
Well, legitimately, this is one of the stories where I actually really do like all the characters. Well, maybe not all of them, but the majority of the main cast for sure.
もちろんですわ。ね
え。ミオ、失敗だったな。お前はさっき俺に助言すべきじゃなかったぜ。
ひよこが私に勝つなんて100万光年早いって。
ミオ、光年は距離の単位だぞ。
Yeah, it's true.
どうするの、みーちゃん。
I like that small remark there in that face
5
change.
人でどう戦うのかな。
She doesn't have anything to say against that either. It's like, oh well, yeah, damn, you're right.
この
さーてこれだけ豪華な面々が揃ったんだからね。今日という日を急ぐのが惜しいよ。
I mean, it's a bit early to say it, but I think that it's a legitimate interpretation to say that the gory aspects of the TV show are really important as well.
みーの言ってる意味が難しいです。
まさかてめえ。
And they're not pronounced here as well. Yeah, that too.
今日の勝負を部長園崎美音が預からせてもらうよ。
I mean, they're ultimately different interpretations of the story, right? But I'll talk about it when we get to that point in the visual novel.
勝負方法と日時は未定。ギャラリーは多い方がいいね。
Also, in a really weird sense, I remember talking about this the other day. How people don't like jump scares. Sorry, I feel the exact same way. The only time I thought a jump scare was legitimately put to good use
ひなみ沢も沖宮もすべての人間の目の前で
was when the idea behind it was that you were supposed to get desensitized, and through desensitization of the jump scare, you were actually building up a resistance. You were building up courage. You were being annoyed.
これ以上ないくらい徹底的な決着をつけてあげるよ。
逃げる気ですの？いくらミオさんでも卑怯ですことよ。
ひよこが生かされたことにまだ気づかんか。また会いましょう。せいぜい首でも洗っとくことね。
I mean, she had the right strategy. My inevitable defeat is changing sprites.
オンなんざ逆さにして三途の川に叩き込んでやるぜ。
The siren? What? I mean, that actually works since she has a fan base. Yeah, she charmed all the boys.
逃げるなミオン。部長なら逃げるな。俺と戦え。
あ、ごめんケイちゃん。私これからバイト。
What? You canceling?
うん。ケイイチくんがゲームしてる間にみーちゃんに電話があったの。残念だね。
せっかく暑くなってきたのについてないよ。
You know, I forgot where I read this, but did you know that sirens, according to some interpretations, are related to the muses?
おじさんの店でさ、特売にお客が殺到してるらしくてさ、レジが足りないから助けてって電話があったんだよ。
Like, they're a fallen muse, is what a siren is.
おじさんってなんだ？スーパーの店長でもやっと。
ささやかなお店だけどね。でもさ、特売やれば主婦が殺到するの常識で読めないのかね。店員足りないのに卵1パックを一人様1点限り10円なんてやるな。
Wait, what? A carton of eggs for 10 yen? Isn't it like a cent? There's no way. That's really cheap. Well, this is the 1980s, but that's still cheap, right?
私こそ頭がジンジンしびれるくらい燃え上がったよ。特にケイちゃん、怖かった。あの場で本当に噛み殺されるんじゃないかって思ったね。
お仕事だから仕方ないけど本当に残念だね。この続き本当にやりたいですわね。いつがいいでございましょう。綿流しのお祭りでやるのなんていいですよ。
綿流し祭五強爆闘か。そうだね、考えておくかな。
Cotton drifting 5 demon? What? That's how you would break it down in kanji, I guess?
私、週刊漫画みたいないい加減なノリ大好きなんだ。こんな痛快な部活が近いうちにまたできるといいね。
今日はみんな本当にありがとう。おかげでイベントは大盛り上がりだったよ。大したものじゃないけど、これ今日のおだちんに。
あ、吉郎おじさん、私にはないの？おだちん。
かわいいのが出てきましたわよ。
Oh, he actually... Didn't know that, huh?
これかわいい。お持ち帰りしていいの？本当に？
ってことは俺のもかな。なんだかやたら可愛いのが出てきたぞ。
So they all wanted it? Okay. But there's no line for me on. Got it.
ケイちゃんには一番似合わないのが出てきちゃったね。
なんつうのか、プリティっていうかキュートっていうか、可愛いのは認めるんだが、着せ替え人形はちょっとな。
ケイちゃんが持ってたら確実に明日からあれな趣味の人扱いだね。うん。
Hang on. I want to get this nice shot here. All right, we're good.
保身のためだよ。レナにあげないと夜道が怖い。
違いない違いない。
ミオンにあげようかと思ったけどちょっと違うよな。
Ow.
へへへへ、分かってるじゃない。私さ、どうして男に生まれなかったのかなって思う時あるよ。
女でよかったな。男だったらもうとっくに殺してる。
今のうちに殺しといた方がいいよ。じゃないとケイちゃん死んで後悔することになるから。
That's a lot of nervous laughter.
来世では神様に男にしてもらえるように頼めよ。俺も男にしてもらうから。
そしたらケイちゃんと組んで軽く全国制覇から始めようかね。
Yeah, I also agree with that. Makes me kind of wonder their CG timing choice. But at the very least, you just know, right? So that's not gonna go over your head. But you can kind of tell just based on how she's speaking that she cares about it.
じゃあね。
I mean, like I said, they even like cut off one particular character in the everyone was staring, right?
今日は最高に楽しかった。またねみんな。明日学校で。
バイト遅刻すんなよ。
もうちょっと街で遊んでいく？
Well, I mean, they also punctuate her leaving with this sound, and because now you know that this sound is very evidently thematic, you know that when it happens, you pay attention to it. So that's kind of like the bell ringing.
それとも帰るかな？
The bell ringing in quotes of this story.
暗くなると道が怖いですよ。では引き上げ時ですわね。今日は本当にいっぱい騒ぎましたわ。
そうだな。よっしゃ、帰ろうぜ。
Okay. All right. So what I'm gonna do right now is I'm gonna grab the rest of my dinner, shove it into my face while I am reading this, because I am freaking starving right now. Give me a second. Okay, I am back.
そうそう。レナさん圧勝でございましたわね。
レナがああなっちゃ悪いけど誰にも勝ち目はないな。
だってすごい可愛いカルタだったんだもの。ほら買っちゃったんだよ。はう。
I mean, did she buy him or
リカ
steal
も
him?
相変わらずですわ。
Oh, well, whatever, it's not that relevant.
リカにかかれば男どもなんて赤子の手をひねるようなものですわね。楽勝だったのです。
どこまで計算づくでどこまでが天然なのか。
Yeah, like personally, I prefer having text at the bottom like this, as opposed to, like, say, text covering the entire screen, like this, for example. Because then it gives you more leeway to actually care about what you're seeing.
リカちゃんの行く末が実に怖いな。
I'm not actually sure what the advantage of having text covering the screen would be, other than more space for covering like paragraphs for descriptions and such.
さとこちゃんだってすごかったね。最後は大盛り上がりだったよ。褒められるようなゲームではありませんでしたよ。ケイイチも最後はとうとう牙を剥きましたです。
まあな。俺は追い詰められてからが強い男なんだ。
富田さんたちなんだかすっごく応援してましたけど、何ですかしらね。富田と岡村に何か約束してましたです。きっと内緒話なのですよ。内緒話。なんだろうね。
Honestly, yes. I do prefer the drawn background. I'm trying to think of any visual novel in which having like actual photographs as the background was done in a way where it didn't feel like it was mostly for saving money.
男には時に戦いを通じてしか語り合えないものがあるんだよ。
見てごらんなさいませ。夕日が綺麗でございますわよ。
Okay, so I'm sorry if I don't say anything. It's because I'm eating food. I kind of don't want to talk with my mouth full. Okay, so there we go. Again, we have that kind of establishing of the initial parts of the story to be contrasted later. Kind of a no-duh, but... I always think it's a really good skill to know how to punctuate your scenes, right? So when a scene is ending, you end in such a way where you clear in to the viewer what's the point of that scene. And so you would know, if I could scroll back, that all that time spent with each other, right? The reason why is because the sounds of the Higurashi sound pleasant right now, right? It feels welcoming. Again, we're having a very clear kind of connection back to how it was in the first chapter. Who's Mion's uncle? Well, I don't care. Okay, fine, I actually do care.
ごめん。今日はさ、急におじさんの店のバイトが入っちゃってさ。
なんだじゃあ今日の部活はお流れってわけか。
いや申し訳ない。
It's a second arc. I'm not sure what it's called though. Oh, thank you.
そんなに部活がやりたかったらおじさん抜きでやってもいいけど、部活ロッカーにゲームがいっぱい入ってるからさ、どれか適当に選んで。
やめとく。俺がいじったらロッカーの中身がドサドサって溢れてきそうな気がするよ。
そうだね。素人は手を出さない方が無難かもしれない。
みー、先生が体育倉庫の鍵を探してますですよ。心当たりはありませんですか？
あれ、私職員室に返さなかったっけ？
ほーら、やっぱりミオンさんですのよ。私絶対そうだと確信してたでございますわ。僕も大正解なのですよ。さとこと一緒に大正解なのです。
やかましい。
あ、そうだ、2人とも聞いたか？今日はミオンバイトがあるから部活はお休みだとさ。
あら、そうなんですの？それはつまらないでございますわね。みー、
I mean, I can agree. Having a club to look forward to?
ミオンってバイトをやってるんだよな。あいつ一体何のバイトをしてるんだ？
Because I know for me, to help myself get into college, one of the recommendations was to have a bunch of after-school activities, right? So then you would have like clubs that you would join because it would look good on your college application, and then there'd be clubs that you would join because you fucking loved it, right? So you could either write, I was part of the anime club and get a lot of weird looks, or you could say that you were part of the prestigious drama club and that you had X amount of hours, so you were joining the lesbian society, and I was also part of that. God. Anyway. A board game club sounds pretty awesome. And hella wholesome too, man. But the thing was, like, I still have really fond memories of high school, so it wasn't all just work. Kind of hope you guys have the same kind of
決まっ
feeling.
たお店でお勤めをしてるわけではないのです。
決まってないってことは、じゃあ日雇いってことなのか？
ミオンさんはおじさんの店にお休みが出たりすると応援に駆けつける便利屋さんなんだそうですわ。
ああ、なるほどな。そういえばおじさんのとこでバイトなんて話、前にも聞いたことがあるような気がする。
お店を持ってるおじさんがいっぱいいるので、ミーは引っ張りだこなのです。あら、ケイチさんはご存知ありませんの？沖宮にはミオンさんの親戚の方がやってるお店って結構いっぱいありますのよ。
へえ、それは知らなかった。そんなにいろいろあるのか？
ええ、パン屋さんとか八百屋さんとかラーメン屋さんとか。
Thanks for the follow, Vesseln. Also, I just had a thought. I'll talk about it after I finish eating this. I'm almost done.
他にもまだまだ。あの部活をやったおもちゃ屋さんもそうなんですのよ。
ミオンの一族って何気に詳細があるんじゃないのか？それだけいろいろあるってのもなんだかすごいよな。
他にも金融業とか不動産業とかアパレル産業とかアミューズメント産業とかいろいろやってると言ってますです。
あいつに物を借りると妙に返却期限にうるさいのは金融業者さんの血が流れてるからか。納得納得。
ミーに100億長者ゲームを借りたことをコロリと忘れてしまったら、リアルで100億長者ゲームをプレイさせたるどと凄まれましたのです。
I'm kind of sad that you know what that is, Rika.
リアルに100億長者ゲームをプレイなんてなかなかに愉快そうですわね。
Oh, so that's the contrast there. Got it.
なぜ撫でられるんですの？
So anyway, the thought that I had was the difficulty of a scene that's only dialogue and making it interesting, right? So for a visual novel, if it's only dialogue and it's important to conveying the story. Sorry, excuse me. How would you make that interesting other than the writing? In film, there's several ways.
さとこはいい子さんですから、なでなでなのです。
One of which is varying the shots, right? So it doesn't always have to be from the same angle. A different angle can actually imply something else. There's changing the tone of the conversation with the music. There is... What's another thing that you could do? Changing the background. Blocking actually is a really good example of this. And I'm trying to think of many visual novels that use blocking as a way to make discussions better for the viewer, or to add like nuance and make it more interesting. But if you don't know what blocking is, I don't mean like holding down back in a fighting game and blocking moves. I mean mapping out a character's intentions in a scene and how they move throughout the scene to show their goal. So what's a good example? Let's say Rika and Satoko were having that conversation, but they were walking after school to go home, okay? And so you could learn to emphasize certain lines in the dialogue by having certain actions play around as well. So one of the weird things for newbie actors is what to do when you're actually doing nothing. So when it's not your turn to speak, what do you do to kind of add to the scene, right? You don't always have to be doing something, but sometimes you freeze up if you have no way to show that you're busy, right? And so that, you know, that joke scene where they give God, what's his name again? Where they give the guy from The Room a bottle of water. Yeah, that's actually kind of a thing, right? If you give someone a prop, they could be doing something with it, and so they can add like a little bit of expression having a prop in their hands. But more so, if you're blocking out a scene and where the character moves in a scene, it can show also emphasis on lines. So for example, if Rika and Satoko are going home and they were talking about freaking, I don't know, how their day went, and Rika has a goal in mind in her head, right? Not just a goal in the conversation, but an actual thing that she needs to do, then it can help. For example, she could be going to purchase food from a local fish shop or something, and when they talk about how Keiichi was killing it at the tournament, you have this fish, this freaking dead fish in Rika's hand, and then the director will be like, okay, close-up shot of the fish's dead eye. Keiichi was killing it. Right? But like seriously, no, like you could actually make dialogue more intriguing by messing around with how you block a scene, right?
午後の授業ってさ、
And conveniently,
ど
it
う
can
してこう
also
眠いんだろうね。
conveniently it can also help your budget too. If you're concerned about like, oh, we gotta move to a bunch of locations, well, no, all you gotta do is find interesting ways of showing how these characters talk to each other.
眠いことに医学的説明が必要かよ。
And in all honesty, that's kind of the most boring parts, in my opinion, for visual novels. When it's a long segment of nothing but just dialogue and nothing's really happening.
話してもいいが、もっと眠くなるぞ。
It means during those segments, the writing has to be spectacular.
ああ、堪忍して。
I'm sorry, Mion, it's just the truth, at least for me. Oh, it ended earlier? Okay, I guess that makes sense. You're younger.
ほら、みーちゃんは委員長さんなんだからもっと頑張らないと。寝ちゃダメだよ。
私さ、クラス委員長じゃなくて水泳部の部長がいいんだよ。いっぱい寝れるから。
ほう？してその心は？
Well, she's probably been very busy the last few days, right?
水泳部なだけに睡眠グーなんちゃって。
Is that a pun? Okay, I get it. What? The teacher hates puns?
お後がよろしいようで。今日はこれくらいにしましょう。委員長、号令。
起立、気をつけ。
お疲れ様なのです。さあ、楽しい部活の時間ですのよ。
Okay, now I understand why Mion's so tired. Like, if you're having a super exhausting day and you're club president, that means you also have to make it entertaining for other people. You're essentially a host, right?
よっしゃ。そうだね。
I mean, for me, sometimes I just need my alone time. I can't always be around people, man. And don't get me wrong, I appreciate people who have high energy because it's contagious, right? But I can't always have high energy, man.
今日は何をしようかね。
ねえみーちゃん、今日は昨日のイベントの続きにはならないの？そうですわ。あれだけ大盛り上がりして尻切れトンボでは納得がいきませんのよ。
まあまあ、気持ちはわかるけど、またの機会にしようよ。
Well, yeah, I guess I got what I wanted. Except now I'm going insane.
放課後の教室なんてしみったれたロケーションじゃなくて、もっと晴れの舞台でさ。
俺はいつでもいいけどな。決勝戦は後輩たちも立ち会わせる約束になってるんだ。あらかじめ日取りを決めてほしいぜ。
わあ、ケイチくんすごい。応援してくれる人がいるんだね。レナにも応援してくれる人いないかな。
手は抜けないけど、レナの優勝俺が祈ってるぜ。
ケイチくん、それどういう。レナ殺しのケイイチなのです。
でもそのレナはサトコやリカちゃんキラーなわけでしょ。
確かにレナさんには勝てないかもしれませんけど、私たちはケイイチさんには負けませんでしたよ。
へえ、なんだか面白い相関図だな。俺たちの強さってじゃんけんみたいに相性があるわけだ。でもそれミオンが抜けてるな。
Yeah, that's my face right now. Jesus, what the fuck, Keiichi? Okay.
当たり前でしょ。
It feels like it's really evident how you're supposed to feel for Mion already. Like, she's been excluded evidently twice now, and I already knew exactly how it felt to be that exhausted.
私、相性なんか関係なく誰にでも負けないし。
Oh god, having to be cheery all the time is exhausting.
さーて、ぼちぼち始めようかね。
Honestly, that reminds me of high school. Shit.
それでみーちゃん、今日は何をやるのかな
You really did slam everything in there. Wait, no
今日は
games?
さ、ちょっとシンプルに言ってみようかね。大道具を使ったゲームばかりってのも大味でよくないでしょ。
どんなゲームでもみんなでやれば大盛り上がりしますです。そうだね。 私は楽しくないですわ。草むしりなんか。
I mean, I don't think we're gonna do that, Satoko, but
あ、やっぱりか。っていうかさとこ、人の表情を見て考えを読むのはやめろ。
ケイチ君は顔に考えてることがすぐ出るからね。すぐ分かっちゃうんだよ。
man, a part of me kind of wishes that there were more board game-esque games on Steam. And I'm not talking about like tabletop simulator, but I know that for a little while, a couple of friends and I were playing Heart of Crown, which is kind of like a Dominion-esque build your own deck game, if you know what I mean. Yeah, but like the amount of choices that you get on Steam feel kind of limited. And they haven't updated Heart of Crown for what, 1-2 years now?
ルールを説明するよ。今日のゲームは割とパーティーゲームでは知られてるやつなんだけどね。シンパシーって言うんだけど、聞いたことある人いる？
It's possible, Kiyopi, but I guess the one thing I would argue is that I would prefer to have a more sensible UI for a game, and the better the UI, the better it also looks for like a board game on stream, right?
みーちゃん、それひょっとしてお題目を決めてみんなで連想する言葉を書いて、同じ答えを書いた人が多ければ多いほど得点っていうゲームかな。
Wait, what game is this? Today we're playing Sympathy, so we're trying to aim for similar topics. So you, okay, I get it. So you're aiming for what you perceive to be the common idea.
だったらレナ知ってるよ。
So like for example, if I said good pizza, I wouldn't say pineapple pizza because I know that's something that no one would ever think, right? I would say something like pepperoni pizza.
知らないゲームでしたよ。説明してほしいですわね。
まずね。
What meal? Why are you awake?
お題目を決めるんだよ。
Well, how are you doing, Meal?
例えばデザートっていうお題目を決めたとする。
Okay, dessert. Donut. Wait, no. I don't just say what first comes to mind. It's what's the most common idea. So, cake.
さとこはデザートって言われたら、
Cake or ice cream.
先に何を思いつくかな？
そうですわね。例えばプリンとか。
OK。だったらさとこは手元のメモにプリンって書くわけで、全員で一斉の背で答えを公開し合う。でプリンって書いた人が2人以上いれば得点、いればいるほど高得点だから、全員が同じ答えだったら最大5点入るわけ。
Okay, this makes sense.
つまりみんなと同じ答えになるように考えるのがコツなのです。
Okay, here we go. I want to try this out with the stream. So the topic is best Final Fantasy, and you're aiming to get as many points as possible. So I'm thinking of... Got it. I'm saying tactics. Let's see how people will say tactics. I think 7 or tactics is what people would naturally say, right? Guys, you're trying to get points, please. 14, 6. 6 is actually a pretty common one. I think that would work too. Yeah, that's true, I guess. I think that would be kind of a fun game. Which reminds me, we should play more Jackbox games together. Have like kind of like a community thing that we can do. Wait, Japan likes 8? I didn't know that.
みー、さとこのために1回だけ練習をしてみましょうです。
OK。親は部長である私でいいよね。お題目を何か適当に。
Discord streaming with the After Hours crew? What do you mean exactly? Like we're playing games to hang out?
じゃあ1回だけ練習戦ね。最初のお題目はかき氷。
Shaved ice? Strawberry? Strawberry shaved ice, I think is common.
かき氷って言ったら決まってるよね。
Melon is popular? I don't think so.
みんな書いた？
Okay, let's see.
じゃあ一斉に公開するよ。一斉の。
Okay, I'm glad that I understand the game so I can participate.
いちごんとき
Okay, I was right on strawberry, thank god.
お前らイチゴなんてスタンダードなつまんねえの選ぶだよな。おいレナ、かき氷でイチゴなんか頼むかよ。夏祭りで一番早く売り切れるのはメロンって決まってるんだぜ。
I actually would order strawberry shaved ice, that or a mango.
レナもメロン味は好きだよ。でもやっぱりいちご味だよね。よね。
ケイちゃん、確かに私も選ぶならメロンにするよ。
Oh, what's this? What? Wow, what is that? It looks wonderful. Man, ugh,
だけどね、これは連想ゲームだよ。
I'm getting way more hungry nowadays.
かき氷って言ったらまず人はイチゴでしょ。
リカのは何て書いてありますの？それかき氷ですの？宇治金時です。
What is that?
たまらない美味しさなのですよ。
さとこ、これで大体分かったかな。いちごって書いた人は仲間が3人いるからこの調子で点を競っていくわけ。
Okay, so who can have the mob mentality?
わ
Alright.
かりましたわ。それよりミオさん、
Surprisingly, a lot of these board games kind of make you understand the story a little bit better.
今日の罰ゲームは何にしますですの？はあ、やっぱりあるんだね。何かな？何かな？
ケイちゃん、何か提案ある？
え、罰ゲーム？
For the penalty game?
そうだな。小学校の頃罰ゲームってのがあったらやっぱりあれだよな。そう、荷物持ちだ。
What? What?
つまり負けた人が全員の荷物を持たされて運ぶってやつでしょ。
That's the first time I've ever heard of that. And wait, green tea flavor? Dude, green tea flavor is amazing. Oh man.
男子がよくやってるね。全身ランドセルだらけにして歩いてる小学生よく見るし。
You know what? I kind of wonder, is it a stereotype that Asians like green tea? The flavor, I mean? Because I like green tea mocha, I like green tea ice cream, I like green tea donuts, I'm not even kidding. I drink green tea.
でもどうするの？
I put whipped cream in my green tea, I might as well put green tea in my whipped cream.
さとこちゃんとリカちゃんのお家は私たちとは逆方向だよ。
じゃあ1位の荷物をビリが家まで運んであげるでいいんじゃない？全員の荷物の宅配だと結構いい距離になっちゃうしね。
あ、うん。それくらいならいいかもね。なんだか今日の罰ゲームは簡単ですわね。この程度の罰ゲームではケイチさんにやらせても面白くありませんわ。
じゃあもうちょっとレベルアップしようかね。
See? See what I said, guys? I told you that Mio has amazing taste. That's how we first met. Remember what I said, guys? I said that when Mio and I first met, I immediately complimented her about her lovely taste in music.
ただ荷物運びをするだけじゃなく、じゃーん。
And that's the moral of the story. Just compliment the person that you care about, always.
これを着て荷物運びをしてもらうというのはどうかな？
Mio, please!
なぜにメイド服？
かわいいけどそんなの嫌。
You know, I never really got the understanding of why that's a... Oh, you know what? Never mind. I understand now. I was about to say something, and then it just kind of clicked in my head.
ケイチさんが負けた場合はどうしますの？ケイチさんに着れるサイズがなければ。
そこは抜かりないよ。ケイちゃん用にちゃんと XL サイズも用意してあるもんね。さあケイちゃん、覚悟はいい？メイドコスさせて外を練り歩かせてあげるよ。
Why?
カチューシャからそりゃもう何から何まで全部揃ってるんだからね。
Hell, I'm being targeted and bullied.
絶対変だ。なんでそんなものがサイズごとに全部ロッカーに入ってるんだよ。
Actually, that reminds me. I never thought of that as a way to make someone feel included. But, no, that's not true. I have thought about this. But the idea of teasing someone as part of a group to make them feel that they're part of the group. Kind of like having inside joke with people, right? You include someone if they know what the inside joke is. It's a little bit different here, I suppose, but no one takes the punishment games as like you're actually getting punished, right? It's kind of like a fun thing that everyone agrees upon. Oh my god.
それは辛すぎる。
You know, a part of me is really considering playing more party games just because of Higurashi. Like, just having a way to spend more time with the stream sounds awesome to me. And, you know, spend time with friends.
ねえ、やっぱり普通の荷物持ちにしようよ。ほら、ケイチくんも固まっちゃってるし。
レナ、罰ゲームが何かが問題じゃない。
I mean, I guess you could say the reward's really high.
勝てばいいのさ。そうだろ、みんな。
I think 100% Orange Juice is such a terrible board game. It's all RNG, and it leaves people very, very salty and angry. Like, I understand the purpose of having RNG is also to kind of like help one's ego after losing, right? That kind of idea, I suppose. But when a game is fully 100% RNG, it really leaves a bad taste in someone's mouth if it happens multiple times, right? Because it doesn't feel like it's fair. It feels like it's all by chance.
お、ケイちゃん、分かってきたね。どんな罰ゲームでも恐れない。勝てばいいんだから。だよな、みんな。えい、えい。
I mean, I think that's the way to experience 100% Orange Juice, but I don't know. I just think that game really fires people up. And not a good way.
おいおいレナ、これかなりのビッグチャンスだぜ。メイド服のリカちゃんはサトコをお持ち帰りできる史上最高最強のチャンスなんだぞ。
RNG is there to make it so poor players feel like that. No, that's not exactly what I was saying, but I also agree with what you're saying. Let me put that out again. Hey, Watashi, how you doing, man? RNG as a way to balance the field was the point that I wanted to make. But what I was saying earlier is that if there's too much RNG, 100% RNG, right, then the possibility of it feeling unfair because you lost to consistent, unfortunate freaks of accident RNG things happening to you can make people feel very angry, right?
お持ち帰り。別にケイチくんでもみーちゃんでもいいんだよ。はう。
は決まったね。じゃあメモの用意。第1問いくよ。まず最初のお題目は夏休み。
Summer break. Okay, when I think of summer break, I think of playing video games, quite frankly. Alright, let's see what you got. Fireworks? Beach? That's actually really good ones. Let's see what you think.
いい？いくよ。いっせーのせ。
Summer festival, summer festival. That's hella cheap! Fireworks? Mosquito coils?
お、レナと私が同じ答えだね。よっしゃ、2点獲得。
でもさとこちゃんの花火ってのもいいよね。リカちゃんの蚊取り線香ってのも季語みたいでとってもいいと思うよ。どの答えも実に涼やかなのです。
夏休みまでもうすぐだね。今年の夏はどうやって過ごすかな。
Well, I mean, I know the answer to that.
ところで圭一さんの答えは何ですの？
I know the answer to me staying at home.
早く見せなさいでございますわ。
Actually, let me try that again. I know exactly what's gonna happen during summer break for me.
俺のは大した答えじゃ。
Wait,
ダメダメ、見せるのがルールなんだから。ほらほら。
やめろよ。見るな。
I mean, he's not wrong, but the very first thing you think about during summer break is doing work. It's true.
圭一くんの夏休みって楽しくなかったんだね。大丈夫ですよ。今年の夏はみんなで過ごしましょうです。圭一を一人ぼっちにはしませんですよ。
Actually, I'm trying to remember what my summer homework was back in school. We would have things like read a certain amount of books. I remember that much, but nothing really else.
K ちゃんの夏休み灰色だったんだね。
そんな哀れみの目で俺を見るんじゃね
え。まあとにかく。
Actually, isn't Drawful 2 part of the Jackbox Party Pack?
私とレナは2点獲得ね。続けていくよ。次は魚。
Salmon. That or tuna. I wonder what people would normally freaking tuna. Let's go tuna.
じゃあいいかみんな。今度は俺から公開するぜ。いっせーのせ。
What? If the topic is bread, if you say toast, will that count? No, right?
そうだよね。お魚って、お寿司は美味しいもんね。
But it's not a type of fish.
そんな道場っぽく言うな。
じゃあ残る全員も公開するよ。
Please do.
いっせーの。イルカ。
What?
水族館。
What? How does that work?
イルカと同じ答えですわね。
Oh my god. I mean, I guess it's part of the comedy, but what the fuck?
2点獲得ですわ。
レナはクジラか。
Actually, you know what? You're right. It's the first thought when you think of fish. So I guess it does count.
私も考えたんだけどね。イルカにしちゃった。
What? Why?
ああ、そうだったの？レナは最初イルカって書いたんだけど、誰も書かないかなって思って。どちらもとっても可愛いのですよ。これで全員2点獲得ですわね。ケイチさん以外。ケイチくんの答え0点だけど、レナはとっても独創的で面白いと思うな。
I mean, I'm thinking this is hella rigged.
魚と聞いて真っ先に食用に走るとは。ケイちゃん、心の貧しさを恥じた方がいいよ。うん。
心が貧しいとか言うな。だいたいミオンとレナの答えはなんだよ。魚類じゃないぞそれ。哺乳類だし。
Okay, at least someone call that out.
全会一致で却下。次の問題いくよ。
Okay, let's try the last one. Hopefully I get at least 1 point.
さて次のお題目は桜。
Tree? I mean, it's either that or Street Fighter character, but I'm pretty sure no one's gonna say that. Festival will make sense, yeah.
みんな書けたかな。いくよ。
ケイチさん、今度くらい得点できないとやばいではございませんの。
Alright, I see his strategy.
ケイチくん、今度は自信たっぷりだね。レナね、今度はケイチくんと会うようにね、男の子の身になって考えたんだよ。えへへ、桜餅。僕も大好きなのです。炊きましたですよ。
So his initial thought was like, oh my
今頃
god.
になって食い気を出すんじゃね
ではケイチさんは私と同じではございませんこと？お花見ですのよ。
そうだよね。桜って言ったらお花見しかないでしょ。私も書いたよ。
Are you kidding me?
お花見なんて酒盛りして地帯を晒す親父イベントの定番だろうが。
Yeah, so Kyobi would have gotten points. I would have just failed.
なんで今頃になってあっさり女の子な答えを放棄するんだよ。
Okay, so apparently I'm living the life right now. I am the main character.
じゃあ何ケイちゃん、あんたどんな女の子の答えを書いたわけよ。
なんでもないよ。次行こう次。あ、
口紅って書いてありますです。
You know what? I would have given him a point for that. Legitimately, I'll be like, yeah, okay, alright. You know what? I appreciate how they use music there. Card Master Sakura.
いや、そんな力説しなくてもよく知ってるよ。うん、知ってる知ってる。
I guess this must be lines that didn't exist in the original. But you know what did exist in the original, right? That's right!
ケイちゃん、今確信したわ。ケイちゃんは骨の髄まで親父なんだよ。強制不能なくらい。
なんでみんなそんな同情的な目で見るんだ。
そんなことないよ、ケイチくん。
I was impressed actually.
頑張ろう。ここから大逆転だよ。親父なケイチさんに逆転などありえませんわ。
Okay, I at least want 1 point before I call it quits for tonight. Give me a
おとな
second.
しく今日の罰ゲームをおくらいなさいませ。
Technically, I got 1 point at the very beginning, but I've missed every single
メ
one.
イドさん衣装、カチューシャ、ニーソックス付きで1位の人の荷物を運ぶのですよ。
我が部の部員ならこの絶対不利を覆してごらん。さあさあ続けていくよ。
Okay, apparently I'm never gonna make that comeback. Okay, I think this is a good spot to call it quits on the stream. So we finished chapter 1 of the first arc. Well, we finished the first arc, let's just say that. And we began on arc 2. So anyway, if you guys enjoyed the stream, I really hope that you will choose to follow us here. If you don't know who we are FinestKO. There are 2 streamers on our channel. I'm Koopa. I stream on Tuesdays and Wednesdays and sometimes the weekends at 8 p.m. PST. And Spirit Juice is the other streamer. He covers Mondays, Thursdays, and Fridays, also at 8 p.m. PST. So if you ever forget when we stream, 8 p.m., right? We are a variety stream with fighting game roots. If you want to know when our streams and events happen, I recommend that you follow us on our Twitter and our Facebook. So twitter.com/FinestKO and facebook.com/FinestKO. If you'd like to join us for after-hour streams, like hanging out with us, watching a movie, yada yada, Discord's right there. If you don't have Twitter or Facebook, it also functions as a good notifier for when these things happen. And I think that's really about it. I'm going to go ahead and host a stream, help support them. If you want to stick around to, well, watch what I host, then feel free to do so. Otherwise, I'll see you guys this weekend at 8 p.m. PST. And I think Scott is covering Neo 2 later today. So if you end up having to have time, then you can tune in for that. Whew, man, I can feel like my age, like every single day. Around this time, I'm falling asleep. Not a bad thing though. Okay, let's help out Higurashi again.